Okay, so honestly, although my concept is cool, for nitrogen filters, I didn't really look it up tremendously, extraordinarily, with high amounts of accuracy of data. Okay, but that being said, I knew it would work. Okay, that's first and foremost. Even as a baseline, if I didn't have like high RPM or any of that, I'd still be able to make the the concept work. All right. So I finally decided to look it up on Google, like the basics. So I was looking up how much in a standard cubic meter of air there is of oxygen, and how much oxygen is necessary for 1 gram of burnt fuel. Turns out it's 270. All right, so it's 270 in a standard cubic meter of air. Right, grams of oxygen. I was looking up. This is on shop.paul.com for high flow Mflon filter element. It's designed to filter out bulk nitrogen in clean, dry air applications, all this other stuff. But I was like, all right, so I did the work. It's like 1 gram for 14 grams. Right, so 1 gram of fuel is standard to about 14 grams to 14.7 grams of oxygen. Okay, standard stuff, right? That's the 1 to 14.7 ratio on average that they have, right? All right, sounds cool, sounds great and everything. What does that really actually even mean? When you don't even know how much actual like flow rate of on the outside of this nitrogen filter you're going to get. So it's like you put in this amount, what do you get back out? Right? So the theoretical max of this filter is 3,826 standard cubic feet a minute. Now, what that translates to is 270 times 3,826, which is 103,000. Oh, I'm sorry, 1,033,020 grams of oxygen. Now, the way it says that this is doing this is a 20 degrees C, 68 degrees Fahrenheit at up to 120 psi is what it can apparently operate at. Airflow filter, it's theoretical max here, of course. So, but it's showing a pressure drop. So the pressure drop is only up to about 1 psi. Seeing as how I can push in 15 psi with a super turbo setup. So for me, a super turbo is like the pretty much best way to go about making this work. Instead of needing to spin up and spool up a turbo by having a anti-lag in the initial startup, which it's not necessary, I would be able to instead do a supercharger, centrifugal, the circle one, not the roots, right? But I have to filter air coming in, so I have a high micron filter, or a low micron, not high micron, but a very good filter initially, right? Then I air to air intercool, and then I water to air intercool before the filter, which is shockingly not small. Who would have thought for a high flow rate, It's 40 inches, and so it's a fairly big, long little thing, but at the same time, its max operating temperature is 60 degrees Celsius. I can hit 120 psi in, and while yes, I do have a pressure drop, it never goes much higher at its max than a 1 psi. So if I gear it right from the crank, and by gear it right I mean it's going to be a high gear. So what that means is it's going to rotate quite a bit for a few rotations, which means an overdrive gear. But I like to do starts off at a lower gear, so it's not very high gear, right? Or a very high overdrive gear, right? Instead, it's lower at first, and I thought about this. I was like, how the hell do people do this? Turns out there are different types of clutches, and there are different types of solenoids, and there are different types of CVTs than just a venerator like they have in scooters, right? That use friction coefficient for their belts. And so it's like if I have a CVT that's like a ring to ring that happens to have a ball on it that I tilt with a solenoid using a clutch or an automatic solenoid, which I was going to do both for redundancy just because that makes sense. So that way, like, no matter what, at this RPM, it cuts off. But during that, I can always, with the help of that solenoid as well, and just in case it happened to fail, for sure the mechanical clutch happens to take over and make sure that it changes over time at its RPMs to start off, initially on startup, for low parasitic loss, a higher gear ratio. Then it goes to a much lower gear ratio, and then it'll slowly move itself back up to and then disconnect at higher RPMs, at the correct RPM that you really want it to, so that way the turbo will kick in and do all the work from the exhaust. Now, because I'm filtering out nitrogen, and I can cool it after, so it's like I'm cooling the air going in, but I'm going to cool not just the air going in, I want to cool the filter so it lasts longer, and I don't want it to ever, because I'm going to constantly be using it, get past the 60 C mark, because that's its maximum operating temperature, and anything at its maximum operating temperature doesn't usually last for very long. So I don't want that to be doing that. So what that means is I'll be cooling air going in, cooling it, and I'll be separating the nitrogen directly into the turbine, part of the super turbo, while I'll be cooling the oxygen directly into an air-to-air and liquid-to-air. So, water cooling and air-to-air, standard stuff, but I can use smaller amounts. Now, see, the thing is there's obviously a pressure drop from the pressure inlet, right? But it's like, this is the thing. It's like there's only like 20% oxygen by volume, right? And so for me, it's like, why is it actually as small of a drop as it is from the inlet coming in? Where does all that nitrogen go? You know what I mean? Like, shouldn't there be a larger drop then? That's my main genuine concern here in terms of how this graph is laid out, and maybe my misinterpretation is probably right. I just don't know how to interpret the graph because I'm not well versed in it. But it only says a clean pressure drop of less than 1 psi at those 3,500 cubic feet, or 2,000 standard cubic feet a minute, right? But for me and my, thoughts on it, it's like, yeah, okay, sure, but I can always just bump PSI up. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing saying I can't just increase PSI. I expect a certain amount. I only want the 15 psi of oxygen, right? So if I'm going to push it, let's say it was really more close to what it should be, which I don't know if I trust that graph, but it's like, I'm going to have to pause this. Give me a second. So I was thinking about it, and I was looking it up. So it's about 21% of oxygen at sea level, but then that's not really quite right. It still remains at that pressure. Okay, so that part I got. I figured that one out. but it doesn't mean that the flow rate pressure is enough. But then because I have a higher composition of oxygen, I can burn more evenly, right? It's like it might still be at that, but then it's flow rate. So I'm going to calculate for flow rate here at like 6,000. I did the basic calculations and I got up to about 17,000 RPM that I was able to get to with the amount of grams of oxygen to fuel, and it's one stroke every, that's a power stroke that I'm putting it in, or really it's the sucking in part, right, for fuel and air. Now the problem is it becomes more detonation velocity, which means I have to change how I add in fuel and when I burn. So my thought process was entirely different in terms of the process I did this. My real objective was removing the air intake poppet valve and seating a effectively modified diesel air injector. Okay, and then it's like, it's a diesel injector, right? But it's a modified one, which means I basically pump in a high PSI value of air, and then I flow it in with multiple pulses and duration of pulses. And since they can usually, hit a higher volumetric efficiency because of the size of the inside of their cylinder, and so long as I can draw it out for where the nozzles are, I just need to make sure the nozzle for the given pressure inside and then the squeeze of volume to the given nozzle size is higher than the given pressure volume inside of the cylinder at the top dead center. That allows for me to maintain a consistent flow rate at a certain amount given the nozzle size and the pressure coming in to the given injector of a certain nominal value, like normal value, as it'll pulse up and then it'll go back down. It'll pulse up and it'll go back down. So my process was I will have a direct injector system and I will inject just fuel, very little oxygen. The fuel, of course, will absorb a large amount of the heat as it's in the intake cycle. Now, if I know I'm going to get up to 15 psi level of volumetrics, then I can run quite a bit leaner. Then I can continuously pulse in air after top dead center and the initial burn. The fuel will absorb a larger amount of the heat, atomize / molecularize itself to be more easily burned more quickly as it burns, and I shove in more air to burn, more oxygen in this instance. Totally doable. It's all about how I thread, tap, and truthfully I want a larger intake valve kind of injector thing, right? Instead of a methane, I need a lot higher, volumetric flow. But as a basic prototype, my thought process was, all right, so I'll throw in oxygen-rich air. I will then I'll add in just enough to burn. Then I inject more fuel instead over time, helping cool the burn, and because it's more rapid in its burn and it's harder and higher heat, then I'm able to improve efficiency by making my O2 sensor understand air-fuel ratio based upon nitrogen and oxygen bursts. So nitrogen rich would be colder and have a different electrical input signal, and then oxygen would be hotter and have a different electrical input signal for the carbon dioxide. That's mostly what comes out. Now, that also means there's less particulate matter for any given fuel burned. It also means that most of it's absorbed, any excess heat, into the fuel as it vaporizes off. And then I only need to add in just enough oxygen, only when necessary, probably during that compression stroke, to really allow for it to burn just enough to continue and sustain a burn as I can continue to accelerate it during its piston travel down, instead of having a very large amount of excess pressure at top dead center. I can have a lower top dead center pressure and then sustain a higher top dead cylinder pressure, not top dead cylinder pressure overall, because the head gasket is able to handle that pressure, and so long as I don't exceed its given material strength in terms of thermal stress, in this instance, it won't melt, right? Then cylinder pressure should still be able to maintain itself, because it's really head gasket failure that's only the real concern. Head gasket failure is the main issue, so long as you're able to maintain it to where you don't hit a temperature that will melt it and a pressure that will force that gas through, then it's good to go. That's all that's necessary. So flow rates then become the PSI value. Flow rate I have to calculate that, give me a second. So good old Google real quick search, liters times RPM divided by 2, good old enginelabs.com. So makes sense. Don't know really why I didn't think that, but that makes sense, except I have to divide that by now 70%. So 4,500, because it'd be 1 liter times 9,000, let's just go with that, divided by 2, so it'd be 4,500, and then times 0.7, because I don't need the nitrogen anymore, which then I can subtract that from 4,500. Well, yeah, so let's see here, so damn it, 4500 times 0.7, which will equal 3150, so 4500 minus 3150, which you don't know that in your head? No, I use a calculator, because it's pretty simple, which means I only really need 1350 liters of air instead of 4,500, because that's how 70% works out to be. Although, is it actually 70% or is it more? 78%. Okay, so let me just do that again. 4,500 times 0.78 actually, which would be far closer, truthfully, to the real value, which would be, see here, 4,500 minus the 3,510, which will be 990 liters of air, because I have pure oxygen. But, so you see, if I add in fuel after, which is basically like a water methanol injection that we've done before in the past, so we know how to do that, and we have diesel injectors, so clearly we know how to continue injecting fuel into a cylinder. We have direct injectors that can go up to 30 psi from what I understood. Anyways, point is, it's like, alright, so I can absolutely see here, 15 psi, let's see here, 15 psi of 3,826, so 15 times 3,826, and then I have to divide by liters, because it's cubic meters, so how many cubic meters? Give me a second. Alright, so 57,390 is the cubic meters, which apparently is 0.001 liters. Right, so that means I can get, see here, multiplying it by 0.001 turns it into 57.39 liters, which means I can probably bump up those PSI values, because I would need 990, so what would be the PSI that I really need? and that's at 9,000 RPM. So let me see here, and that's if I wanted to operate it at actually 15 psi of boost. So I would then need to get, if it's 57, closer to, say here, looks like I only need to increase it by 17 psi to be able to make it roughly 17. So just do 20 psi from 15. So that's really, and it can operate at that up to 120 psi is what it said. So 15 times plus 20 is 35 psi, which I can operate that to get 9,000 RPM as a 1 liter engine, which would stand to reason considering it's just a filter. Like, it's supposed to be doable, you know what I mean? Like, if it's a 1 liter at 9,000, then it's divided by 2, then I only really need to hit 35 psi inside of the O2 side to be able to make that work at 15 psi nominal value inside of the cylinder for 15 psi of 15 grams of fuel used, which would be 15 milliliters, which is doable, I suppose, but I mean, I'd have to inject it after top dead center. But what if we were not to do 15 holy shit levels of grams of fucking gas? You know what I mean? Like, what if we were to not do that? What if we were to not do the 15 holy hell, what the fuck are you doing, detonation velocity? What if we were to not do that? It's doable, though. I'm starting to see a pattern here of like, okay, so like, I need the liters of this many liters per minute, but it's like, actually, I don't really need that many liters. I only need 990. But that's if I want to do 15 fucking grams of fuel at 15 psi, which I can inject that amount. Like, honestly, I could do that. You know, granted, I have that amount of air to burn in there at first, so I'd only need to be able to hit 35 psi to be able to actually run it at that 9,000 RPM with a stoichiometric mix. That would mean that I fully burned all my fuel. So it's like, it's actually all doable, turns out. I just need to now really lean out that mix, and then I suppose I'd probably want to do 3 injectors at that point. You know what I mean? Like a solenoid injector, I'd probably do 3 injectors per each one, you know, and for direct injectors, and then, which, I don't know, like I'd be able to get away with probably 2, and then 1 injector for port, which would be the way of getting like a little bit leaned out mix by having that 35 psi in there leaned out. And then I'd be able to burn it after initial ignition, and then I'd be able to, which I wouldn't want to do it at top dead center. I'd have to retard the ignition probably pretty decently after top dead center, because of how fast at that compression ratio of 35 psi it would really be at. I'd need a lower compression ratio, and then I'd be able to inject afterwards, which would burn pretty fast, but I'd be able to time it as an oscillation, 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 on its way down. I only need to get it to accelerate towards middle dead center, and then it's about PSI values. So it's like head gasket and temperature PSI values can only, if we're talking about a multi-layer steel here with like, let's say higher temperature silicone, you know, and that's probably all I would need, a high temperature silicone paste along with multi-layer steel, so that way it could handle a higher degree of pressure at that, and temperature, right? Which would work. Air and fuel, it's something at like it says it's like 3,000 C last time I checked for gas and pure oxygen. The problem is how fast it burns, but that's fine if it's going from after top dead center, because it races away from its initial 12 o'clock position and crank, and then it rapidly slows down, and then you can push a lot easier. So like that initial race away, you'd be able to push during that, and then you'd be able to continue feeding it fuel. It's really about the amount of leaned out mix that we're talking about, which would be fine because it'd be a high degree of oxygen concentration with some argon effectively, most likely in it, right? So then it's knowing about how many pulses per second in its duration that it would have at 9,000 RPM for that given piston speed that it has to achieve for its given bore and stroke for piston velocity. And then I just need to make sure I don't exceed a given. So high temperature needs to be about 15, but it would only be there for sure, and it would rapidly cool off after that. Yeah. Which would mean I only need to make sure it can handle probably about that 22 to 2500 psi. I only want to make it hit around 1200 because of the higher heats, and so the failure rates would be higher. Then I would be able to maintain a higher degree of pressure, but there's burst load pressures because of the detonation in the initial localized area of the injection. The oscillation from side to side would increase the degree of transfer of that pressure as it would head off to one side, but it would expand. So as it would collapse on one side, that would help improve its given heat and pressure characteristics, but also movement of oxygen. I'd probably want to angle them so that way it'd start flowing in a vortex. I need to mix that air and get that pressure wave to actually help. So I'd have to angle the injectors slightly, which is what I was talking about in my concept. So it's like I'm already on the right path. I only need to hit, for 1 liter, 35 psi, which is doable. It can go up to 120. Which would mean I could theoretically max out. See here, because that's 990, right? So 990 is at 9,000. So let's remove that. Let's see here. We have the 990, but that's for 1 liter. Then for each liter, let's say it was 5 liters. Actually, fuck that. Let's go with a standard. Let's see, an inline 6 from a Jeep, straight 6. That's a 4.2 at the 990, so 990 times 4.2, which will equal 4,158, which wouldn't be as doable, I'm assuming, but that's if I wanted to do 15 fucking PSI at that level, which would, again, it would be at 9K, so we want to divide that. Let's change this then. Instead of the 9,000, and we'll do 4.2 times, let's see here, the RPM 6,000, and then we will divide that by 2. Then we have to divide that by multiply it by, damn it, I hate my calculator. Let's just do it on my actual phone then. So let me see here. 4.2 times 6K, 25, and then we have to divide that by 2 for RPM in liters. Alright, and then we have to multiply that by 0.78. And then we have to do the 12,600 minus the answer, 98K, which means we actually need 2,772,000 liters of oxygen. Well, which would then be theoretically possible at a different PSI. So instead of 35 PSI, which we had the 15 PSI, so at the 3500 we'll go, or the, 3500 cubic 78.001, so I need, 3826, this is its actual max, times 0.001 is what it was, right? Let me just look at that again. Point, stupid. Why did I forget already? What is this? Okay, 0.001. So I had it right. Alright, so that means I only have 3.826 liters of oxygen to burn, which I should just, I guess, remember. But it's most likely, let's just go with 3. 3 liters of oxygen. So I need to be able, and that's at, I'm guessing 1 psi, which is really what that would be. Of course, it doesn't show that. No, but it says flow rate, not exactly pressure, but it can maintain up to those pressures. It says high flow versus pressure, but it can maintain up to 120 psi. So if it's 3, it's in at 1 psi. Or is it? No, it's just showing pressure drop, so that means like it'd still be that flow rate, even if it was at that pressure. So then I can do up to 120, which means 360. So 360 is our max liters. Yeah. 360 liters of oxygen, which liters of oxygen to grams, so, well, it's 1 milliliter to a gram of any fluid, practically, but let me just check that real fast. That's water. Oh yeah, no, that's true. Wait a second. So we'll say it's 2 grams per 1 liter because it's SO2 for a type of gas, and then like pure straight oxygen somehow for the ideal gas stuff. So I need 15 grams, right, for roughly, right, for a gram of fuel. It's a gram of fuel, so I have 360, which I'd have to divide by, let's just go with 15, which means I have 24 grams I could use. Oh, wait, I did that wrong. So 360 divided by 2 is 180 actual grams of oxygen I could use. Again, I did that wrong. Because it's 2. Which I mean, I need to multiply by 2, because I have 360 liters. So 360 times 2, which is actually 720. So 720 grams that I could use, roughly speaking. And that's its flow rate at 120 psi, which I could theoretically hit. It's not impossible. So that's 120 grams of that, but then it's like, this is the theoretical max at 3K roughly, right? You see that? Yeah, so there's because we dropped it down to 3 instead. Right, so it's easier calculations. Yeah, and it's not running at its absolute peak, which drops its overall amount of distance and duration, meaning longevity of life of the filter, which I'm sure aren't stupendously cheap. So 720 actual grams of fuel, roughly speaking, and then that means I can divide by, so I need to do that ratio. They say it's 14:1. Well, let's do 15, let's do 14:1. Fuck it. So that means I get 51.428571428 amounts. of actual burning for grams. So I get 51 grams. And if I use 1 gram per each cylinder, which is divided by 6, but that's per... Well, yeah, no, but then what's my PSI amount? What the fuck is this? So it's like, what's the amount of actual fuel I need to use per each fucking liter or cylinder? That's what it really turns into, seems like. Okay, so like, if I'm using... am I using a gram? How many... God damn it. Alright, so let me just... How many grams of fuel do you use in an engine per minute? How many... And we just let's Google search this and I'll pause this. Alright, so this is a little bit more complicated because it's straight oxygen versus like a nitrogen-rich atmosphere. Which is like, I could consume up to 51 grams of fuel a minute. Okay, so 51 grams of fuel a minute works out to be some ridiculously, decently high, I'm guessing, power. Let me look that up. Found an equation. It says HP equals thermal efficiency times fuel flow pound per hour times 19,000 BTU per number / 2545 BTU per horsepower per hour. And apparently that reduces to horsepower to thermal efficiency times fuel flow pounds per hour, which I found a calculator online, which works out to be 6.75 times and then 7.466. So like we're gonna go do that, which thermal efficiency is 35% is what we're gonna go with. So, because I'm pretty sure because it's an engine, so it's like 35% would make sense. So let's see here, 35%. Do I do it in like 0.35 or do it as 35? Pretty sure it's probably 0.35. So 0.35 times 6.75 times 7.466, which does not seem like correct because then it would only be 17 horsepower. So that doesn't seem right at all. No. How would they... So... Yeah, well, I mean, nitrogen is a given amount of extra pressure, but I can always push a certain amount of extra pressure for a given size, have it act very similarly. So 300 divided by, which is 28, which is fairly good. Okay, yeah, but what's this? Wait, what? That doesn't... Okay, so I did this wrong. I need to do this correctly. Give me a second. Let's say I was correct with that. We're going to change this. You can always add more filters. Okay. So it's like, how many filters? Really, realistically, could I get away with? Probably 4, right? This is 40 inches. I could probably tuck them away somewhere. So... let's say it was that 3,000 cubic feet a meter, so that'd be, let's go back to that, so that's 360, which is really what that would kind of be. Let's see here, so 360 times 4 is 4, and then times 2, which is now a different type of calculation because now we have 2,880 for that. Then we have to divide that by the 14 ratio, which would be 205, right, grams. Which 205 would work out to be an entirely different thing. So, because apparently 6.75 pounds an hour works out to be a very low gallons per minute. Alright, so 205 here now, which will be 27. So, alright, so 27. So I do the same thing for that, which would be 0.35, so times, alright. So let's do this. 0.35 times, let's here. 27.12 times 74466. 74466. Okay, for 4 of them, I only get up to 70 horsepower. Doesn't really seem true considering the amount of extra heat potential for a higher degree of burn ratio for an oxygen, not to mention it'd be at like 120 fucking goddamn PSI. This doesn't seem correct at all. Because it's a minute, so that'd be grams per minute. So that was 51 at first, right? 51.42 grams per minute. Right. Yeah, but then this thing fucking says, let's see here. For 400 horsepower, it is 200 pounds an hour. Right? Which would then make more sense considering that, right? But again, that seems off for what it's worth. Considering like I have a faster burn. But I'm guessing it's just liters or something at that point. You know? Yeah. This is 0.8. 0.08 so for so what am I? This is a Cantora Racing. Canton Racingproducts.com. So this is brake specific fuel consumption. The fuel being so gasoline is 0.45 to 0.5. So it calculates fuel requirements various. So it does gasoline fuel horsepower per hour. So another way we know that each horsepower gas creates, we need 0.5 pounds of fuel per hour. It's fuel per hour, right? I mean, that's just increasing. I only have a certain amount of flow rate no matter what. Like, that's my flow rate. Doesn't matter if it's that pressure. Like, this is the flow rate that I've got. You know, so, let's see here. Convert, it's meaningful gallons per, so it's half a pound an hour for 400 horsepower. Meaningful gallons per hour conversion rate, pounds to gallons, which is 6.25 pounds for 1 gallon of gas. Alright, so 32 gallons per hour. So, alright, then, alright. Yeah, but it doesn't seem correct considering I have an RPM. This is like grams per minute. But it's like this is grams per minute into like the cylinder. You know what I mean? Like what's actually burning in that cylinder then for 400 horsepower? Is it like literally a half a fucking gallon? For each fucking... Because I can do that per each cylinder basically at 51 for one filter. So 51 grams I could just force into the cylinder. Which I don't think is correct in terms of like what I thought about this as a process then. Because that's liters. Yeah, you know, because it's like that's the amount of oxygen divided by the 14 ratio. Right? Which I could run a little lean on that for what it's worth. For a 15. It should be a little easier. I guess. But wait, no, that's because I didn't multiply. That'd be multiply. That's probably what that really would be. Give me a second here. That's the 360. So that's 360 liters, which is really actually, because it's times 2 for grams, that's grams that I have. Okay, so let me just see this, and then it's 700, so 720 grams. 720 grams of oxygen, which I have to divide by the ratio. Right. That's my maxed out ratio of oxygen I can get for a minute. So ratio of oxygen to that. So it's like, it's 2 times the 360 liters. So it just went through. Right, so the point, because it's really, we did it by, it says 3, but that's times the PSI value. So it's like a high flow rate, but it's a PSI value. So each PSI, well, I only have a small amount of drop. So let's say it wasn't really 120. Of course I have a degree of drop. So it's like, well, this is ideal. So that means PSI for 3 is 360 liters. That's liters of oxygen, pure oxygen. In a minute. One singular minute, I can get 720 grams roughly. Even though it's 360, that probably wouldn't be an SO2, and it probably wouldn't all be just pure O. So, and that's specific grams, so that's why I went with 2, which would mean that it would be 720 grams of pure oxygen a minute. So 720 grams of pure oxygen a minute that I could burn every minute. Okay. And so they're just like what? Forcing in how much here again? At boost? I mean, because we'd have to divide that, right? Yeah. So it's like, well, if it's at 15, let's say they were at 15 for their given thing, but it's 15 psi, right? That this is liters, so there's a cubic. So then what does their fucking shit do again? Yeah, what's their flow rate for a turbo? Flow rate turbo at. So let me pause this. I'm gonna look that up. All right, this is gonna fucking bother some people. I went on strikeengine.com, turbo size calculator to find CFN pressure ratio. I plugged in some basic values, right? This is engine volumetric efficiency 85, RPM 6,000, desired boost pressure 15, ambient air pressure 14.7, engine capacity 4.2. It says a CFM of regular air, which has 78% by volume of nitrogen, of a cubic feet per minute, instead of a standard cubic feet a minute, which of 764. But that also means it's 58 pounds of boost a minute at sea level. So give me a second. So I looked up coastpneumatics.com. It's actual temperature of 120 degrees Fahrenheit. I did the max, but let's go back down to the 3,000 for that, and that gives me 3,341.26 actual cubic feet per minute. So it's like I could easily sustain the cubic feet per minute on this for the high flow rate of one singular 40-inch nitrogen filter. I could absolutely do that. But then it's like, well, wait a second, but I'm doing how many grams per minute? Oh, yeah, I mean, where did I get my calculations wrong here? Because, like, this is what my issue is. Because, like, I can easily hit that CFM. There's nothing saying I can't hit that CFM. In fact, I can easily get the pounds per minute. Well, wait. Yeah, well, yeah. Because, like, if they're willing to do 78 fucking % by volume nitrogen, Why can't I do pure oxygen? I mean, I can hit that. It says I can hit that. So why can't I hit that? But it's like, this is pounds of boost, airflow rate, and pressure. So I have to hit desired boost pressure of 15 psi, which I could do. What's the fuel flow again? Exactly, right? What the fuck is this? Like, I have like 720, right? Fucking grams of pure oxygen to shove into your little engine, effectively. Should be grams, like a perfect stoichiometric. But like, it's doing that. Where did I get my fucking numbers wrong at this point? It'd be a higher heat value, for sure. Along with a higher pressure value, by far. With a longer duration of acceleration. For sure. So it can keep adding in more fuel as it continues to, accelerate downwards, continuing to increase pressure as necessary. Which means I would increase the amount of actual horsepower that it would say I have. But then it's like, where am I getting my numbers wrong? I have to be getting numbers wrong. But it's like CFM is only 764 for this, for 15 psi. I can easily hit that. Honestly. So I have more than enough friggin' oxygen. It's if I wanted to burn that amount of actual fuel. Right, that's my issue. That's what my actual issue is, okay. Yeah, no, that's got to be what the actual issue is here. It's like, no, because I can do at 6,000 RPM at a 4.2 liter. I only need to hit 764 CFM, which I can easily hit of pure oxygen. Right, cubic feet a minute. So I can hit that. But that's pure oxygen if I wanted to burn nothing but pure fucking fuel. But it's like, yeah, okay, sure, but I can do that. There's nothing saying I can't do that. In fact, I can hit that 15 psi inside of that. Where am I getting something wrong at this point? Like, it's break me. But that's fuel, pure oxygen fuel, which would be the ratio of 720 divided by 14, which is 51 grams a minute, is what I can shove into each one of my cylinders each time they fire, up to. If I was doing 120 psi, I don't think I'd be using 51 grams. How many 51 grams for each? 51 grams a minute per each cylinder is what I could do. Times 660, so 6,000 is what but that's per each minute, right? Yeah, so I'd have to divide that. I don't think I could put 51 grams of fuel in the damn fucking cylinder that fast. They say they do. They do. This says no. This says no, you didn't. This says fuck you. No, you didn't. Like, air-wise, I'm good. Fuel-wise, like, if you can match it with that, then I could easily match it with the fuel. I could do that. So, like, somewhere my calculations are off. No matter what. Like, somewhere they're off, because I can get up to 3,000 cubic feet a minute, effectively. Which means I can easily hit that 15 psi. which means they can easily sustain an engine capacity of 4.2 liters at 6,000 fucking damn RPM. So somewhere I got this way off. Like, way the fuck off. Like, my calculations for my actual fuel used, I'm like, I think that's per second, basically. Like, every single time the cylinder fires, I could do 51 grams. At once. At 1 RPM. Which would be a ridiculous figure, so that would be at 120, so like, that's where I got this wrong. This is where this is wrong, then. This is where this is wrong, yeah. So this is 3 times 15, which is 45, which is a much less, like, I'm gonna die probably number. Yeah. So then it's like 15 or 45. So, and then that times 2 would be 90, which is fine, right? And that's per each cylinder I could do at 1 RPM. Because I could feed that. But no, I couldn't. Well, I could, that's max fuel consumption, effectively. Yeah, at 15 psi. Because that's how much oxygen I have. But what's that flow rate? That's 3,000 CFM. Right. Yes. That's the problem. It's 3,000 CFM. Not 90 grams per minute, which is what you think. This is each fucking time you want to burn fuel. You could burn fuel every damn cylinder. Right. Yeah. No, but see, that's the thing. That means this is now what your real calculations are at 15 psi, which would really mean that for a straight fucking 6, which is ridiculous, you'd be able to hit the CFM of a let's just fucking keep pushing this. Let's do 18, 15k. Let's do 15. Yeah. Still not there. So 25. Okay. Close. I could do 25k at a 4.2 liter. I could just bump up some pressure effectively at that point, and I could match 15 psi at 25k. So that's what this would really be, and that's why I kept saying it was at 2,500 fucking ridiculous levels of horsepower. That's why those fucking numbers came up on my goddamn. That's my sanity check. That's what my sanity check was about. That's what it would be. I could absolutely burn that fuel. Like, I haven't hit the point where, like, I wouldn't be able to do it. It'd just be slightly higher PSI. That's all it would be. Because, like, I'm still within the theoretical max. So that's all I need to do. That's literally all it would be, yeah. So, like, oh, yeah, no, that 3,000 horsepower that you said that you could get. Yeah, I could do that. I could absolutely do this. There's nothing saying I could not do this. There's something wrong over there, you whippersnappers that didn't believe in me. We just do a 1.2 liter here. This explains a hell of a lot more on that one. Especially when it's like, no. There's nothing stating at all. I wouldn't get more torque because of the increased oxygen and fuel consumption being better. A higher heat, higher pressure value, and a better, bigger, longer duration of acceleration. So it's like a given a mass, right? But then it's like I'm accelerating it for longer, which means I actually accelerate it to such a degree that I get more torque because that's more force. Right? So I have more force per each RPM, which means I have a higher degree of torque here, which would be different than what they think this is. So it's like I'd probably be... So this is my 1.2 liter It's just the single cylinder that I was talking about on my YouTube, right? And it's like, oh, it could get up to 28K. It's balanced. Like, I can honestly balance that. And it's like 15 psi, but it's like higher degrees of oxygen. That it's all the things I was talking about because this is what it was for. And turns out I could buy this filter. I'm still within the limits of its maximum flow rate, which is 1,018, it says here. So, like, really, it's well within. I can still hit the 15 boost of oxygen-rich psi. And it says I'd have a brake horsepower of 818. But it's like, now I can see why I'd be over that horsepower and higher torque, because I was at 350 foot-pounds of torque, and I was managing that with an ECU management. So that way, like, I didn't actually push it to such a degree that it would be more dangerous, right? Because it's like acceleration to a point past middle dead center, you can really only get about a quarter of past middle dead center, and that's kind of your max continual, like, keeping PSI and not having it drop down at that point. It's like if you maintain a given PSI for cylinder pressure from top dead down to middle dead and a little bit after, that's the max you can get, because that's going to accelerate it more. Now, it all depends on ultimately how strong your bottom end is to be able to do that. And so there's a finite limit, and that's where everybody kind of tends to know, if you continue trying to accelerate anything past the middle dead center point, you're always going to throw rods. So don't do that, and as long as it's within the material strength limitations of the given connection rods and bearings, then it works every time. So I most likely have a higher degree. That would explain why I have the higher fucking horsepower than that would be for the foot-pounds that I was getting, considering it's a oxygen-rich and a much better fuel burn. Not to mention a turbo, which is this is the other caveat with that given design. The turbine of that turbo will dump its energy into the crank once it spins up, and I'm constantly pushing the nitrogen into behind the turbine or from the bottom of the cylinder, because I have a bottomer, as I like to call it, and then it opens up the valve, pushes in nitrogen during its combustion stroke into the turbo, and then its exhaust goes through into the bottom, right, and that helps reduce parasitic loss as it goes back up and exhausts itself like an exhaust recycler, right? But then it will then have its intake stroke. Of course, you need the valve, and valve opens, right? But this is a rotating ring valve. I don't want to get into it, but that whole design is really, really quite trick and unique, and I like it. But what it means is during intake in the flywheel, of course, all engines usually have a flywheel, it exhausts, and then the flywheel does a given degree of work energy, but of course a given degree of work energy was applied to the upward cycle of its exhaust, but then also it wants to rapidly accelerate out as it's been losing heat. But then during the intake, it was like we're dumping in fuel to soak up that heat while still liquid and air cooling it. It's a hybrid cooling system. As a single cylinder, a 4-stroke. So as it goes out, the exhaust then hits the turbo for the second time, right? And then, of course, compression happens. Nitrogen happens to go in after a vacuum is pulled on the heads, bottomers, and crank for the bottomer, and then nitrogen is dumped into the bottom at whatever PSI ultimately I can push it into, but it's usually half of whatever I'm pushing to the behind the turbine, so that way it pulls a vacuum. So since I pull a vacuum and then there's a valve there that sustains it, then as I do my power stroke, it then presses it in during a power stroke to the turbo while also gaining me the power stroke turbo, power stroke torque and power, but then turbo can also increase because it'll get eventually, once it speeds up enough and is spinning fast enough, kind of like an MGUK. Instead of an MGUK though, it just does a CVT like to the crank. So it will power the serpentine alternator kind of thing, but once that parasitic loss is gone, then it doesn't need to do that anymore. It only needs to run it at the right RPM, and so like that RPM at this max is all it will do. It switches off, and then it'll dump it into the crank. Of course, it's a super turbo, so like this supercharger part's turned off already, so that parasitic loss is gone. Then the turbo's remainder of energy is dumped into the crank, so I got the nitrogen blast as a, especially once it pulls a bit of a vacuum, an increased degree of captured energy efficiency from that nitrogen and the pressurized volume. So it's more efficient on that side. And then that explains a lot. So my sanity was good. I already had it intuitively done. It was done. I was already good. I was good. They thought my fucking numbers were bad. They are stupid. That's all that was. They can't fucking get good, I guess, at being able to figure things out and thinking it through properly like I do. Just a nice little, haha, I told you. Because I was like really honestly thinking about it. I was like, would it really be enough? Like, I mean, again, I'm basically cutting off 70% of the given airflow that's going in. But it's like, I can't burn that. And if anything, that's just essentially wasted. It's like, that's not complete burn. You know what I mean? So it's like, that's stupid. I don't like that. Not to mention air fuel ratios. They're like, no, my. It's like, well, there's still oxygen and it's still going to soak it up. So it's like, so long as I get the right amount, and then it's more about detonation velocity. That's really what would bother me. That's one of the reasons why I made it such that like the fuel takes in that heat, but then also I'm able to dynamically add in air. That's what that engine was. So it's like, it's not the valve opens. It's, I push in fuel, and then I have a little bit of air. I have enough to make sure I'm at a good pressure at top dead center, and then I just shove in more and more air as it accelerates downwards, and I properly complete good air-fuel ratios. And it's properly cooled, which is air and liquid. That's the big issue for me. It wasn't so much that the gasket would die, because no, I'm not at a pressure or temperature that would make it die. It's the cylinder for some, but I'm not nearly close to that, so I don't have to care about that, which is good, because cylinder pressures can be a lot higher than head gasket, but head gasket failure is always first, which means your head gasket pressure and temperature that you can be at is what your real max is for any given cylinder pressure, because that's its failure point. So long as you don't go above that, then you're always good. Material design is then only about what acceleration for your given force can you manage for your given connecting rods, wrist pin, and bearing journals, and crankshaft. So long as you're within that realm of horsepower and torque, and acceleration, compression, tensile, loads, at the given heat and stress and strain you're at, then everything is going to work just fine, optimally, and nominally. So that's what that was about. And then using nitrogen as an extra increase of efficiency. A lot of people wanted me to push it into the turbo, and I started doing that, and for what it's worth, it isn't a bad thing. It's just more like consistent. It keeps the turbo going. But I wanted to improve efficiency for the given exhaust recycling from the bottomer. So that way, like, that heat gets transferred into the fuel, but then also that heat gets used as an upward trajectory to reduce the amount of parasitic loss on the flywheel. So, like, the flywheel can now be smaller because then that exhaust recycle actually helps push it back up, which allows for, once it's in intake, well, it has a way to escape, and it rapidly wants to escape anyways. Then it then has the ability to use the flywheel to help improve that efficiency downwards. Then it goes into, of course, the turbo, which is a type of teardrop style valve. So like as it goes forward, like it's pushed out because there's pressure there now. And then, of course, it then goes into the turbine of the super turbo. All right. Then once it gets to enough of a lowered pressure, it then has pressure on one side that's higher than the other side, and it seals itself shut, right? But that's also because I'm able to push in nitrogen behind the turbine of the super turbo, which sucks out more of that exhaust faster too, and because there's a high degree of air-fuel ratio burn, very good mix, it then means I don't have any nitric oxide emissions to worry about, and because the fuel got heated up and wasn't able to burn because it's effectively not got enough air to do it, really oxygen, truthfully, although it'll burn a little, but it's really about those lean and everything. So it's like regular gasoline, lower octane, it would be a very low amount of oxygen inside the cylinder until very near top dead center, such that that helps with spark ignition as sort of like a reverse diesel compression ignition, right? Then it's continuously burning as it goes down with 3 air injectors that are big boy honkos, not big CFMs, can't lie on that one, at the pressures I'm looking for, which might explain why I was at 65 psi on average that I would reference, because 65 psi was a much higher degree of airflow that I could push through CFM-wise on the modified diesel injectors, which were effectively larger nozzles, but larger cylinder size that allows for a higher degree of flow rate, which is a bigger deal in that world to have actually enough air to burn. That means I can dynamically tailor the amount of fuel and the amount of air as necessary at different RPMs and only need to exhaust, which now means I have a perfect ratio for a given any amount of RPM, and I don't need to worry about camshaft timing. In fact, I only really need to make sure that if I want to push any exhaust scavenging with the air injectors, that's all about air injector and like the size of nozzle and timing, all that, which is really right for the valve. So like the rotating ring valve assembly is really what I was doing. So it's, like bearing journals on a crankshaft. Well, it's effectively very similar, but in the head, and it's angled at a 45. Well, close-ish. It's more like 42. So that way it goes off into an exhaust that then just basically curves it back down to the bottom. The bottom has the exhaust fire in from the side of the cylinder. The bottomer is effectively just there with like oil piston rings. Oil comes in from the side of the bottomer, and a coolant, flow for that to help go through the engine block. And then there's a kind of like a 2-stroke engine, a hole on the hollow circular connecting rod, which happens to have a girdle past the bottomer, which allows for a elbow pin instead of a wrist pin, double wrist pin. It's an elbow pin. It allows for a different crankshaft angle, but allows for a perfect up and down to be achieved with a pivoting motion that allows for a larger crankshaft for a given stroke length, which I had a longer stroke length to begin with by 1 inch to its bore for a 1.2 liter. I made it specifically because it was like, well, I can get high RPM and high horsepower and torque, but it's really more about ease of use as a motorcycle because it's super forgiving since it only has 1 power stroke really, and then the rest of it's a really smooth power delivery if you're at the right RPM from the turbine, which I eventually changed the turbo turbine to a larger circular, and then that's a center to outwards back down towards center, and then that would go to a hourglass vertical, which means center and then outwards, and then it would cone in, like a V shape to a singular to a bunch of high flow muffler resonator recirculator designs that I talked about in there, which is effectively a high flow glass pack and a bunch of holes. So it's a glass pack and hole one, but the glass pack is on the outside of the hole one, and then there's a muffler pack before. So there's like a flat muffler, right? And then like the sides of the flat muffler, because it usually intakes in the center, are cut away so that way the outsides towards the glass pack of, for the high flow resonator combo hybrid here happens to be, is it's a circle, right? So it's like you have the center of the circle, and then you have the outside of the circle. Well, the center of the circle and the outside of the circle are two entirely different pressures and also sounds. Well, if you take the outside of the circle from the inside for the high flow resonator, then you're able to use that to push back in to the outsides of the flat pack muffler, or flat muffler, right? That allows for a change now and a recirculating resonating design, and it improves flow rates. It also makes it into a lower baritone and also helps cool it, because it's now colder and then it's going and joining back in to the flow rate afterwards. Then I stuck on a bunch of heatsink fins effectively on the outside of this, which helped cool it even more. Then I was like, but wait, I'm not really done, because Then the exhaust tip goes into what is essentially a Bernoulli's principle style exhaust tip that allows for a mixture of, well, it actually goes to a diffuser. So it's like, think another muffler, but it's a bunch of little tiny exhaust areas, but it has to go to like several areas first, right? And then it can exhaust. Well, then there's a bunch of air that is like the Bernoulli's principle that then has Bernoulli's principle from the sides, but also behind it, that join in and mix with that given air. Now, the reason why I do it is because when it's recycling and then it has air coming through that's hotter now, that hot air, along with that given change, depending on those resonating heat sinks, along with the Bernoulli's principle, changes its given sound. It reduces the sound pressure, so dB level, but also means there's no nitric oxide emissions because it's not hot enough to burn oxygen, which it wouldn't have anyways, and nitrogen in the air, but there's nitrogen and oxygen in the air anyways, which effectively means for sure I'm going to cool it off so that way it doesn't do that, and it's not able to. And then I tuck it away basically to effectively have all of the air that I can really realistically get into that exhaust area manifold stuff, which there's an after the turbo, which is a funnel into the type of teardrop shape design. So it's a funnel into a funnel with a teardrop. I know that sounds so weird, but it works pretty darn well. So it's like, think from the turbine, it goes out into this given type of funnel. That's a hypervelocity stack, right? That extends itself a little bit further into the next funnel, right? And then that allows for the teardrop area to be there, right? Now, the reason why the teardrop area is there is really just because that allows for a type of widening into the exhaust muffler, right? As it will want to expand around that, but it also happens to have the Bernoulli. It goes faster now, and there's a vacuum as it goes through into the vacuum, and I can push behind and into, well, was it before? That's what it was. It was before. So the teardrop is before the funnel. The funnel is the end of the funnel. Sorry about that. But the teardrop is 4 stators that are shaped like teardrops too, that connect to the actual bulbous, more long, elongated tail teardrop. Now, the teardrop is hollow. That means I can push in nitrogen from that and then fire it out the tail into the funnel constantly. Now, that also means that as the exhaust goes out, it then goes around the teardrop, gets accelerated because there's something in the way, but also it's relatively low resistance because it's a low drag resistance, larger area that's shaped appropriately to slightly increase speed, but mostly just allow for low resistance and drag to the given exhaust coming out. As that then gets a boundary layer effect that allows for it to then suck into the funnel more easily, it then allows for it to join in with the nitrogen and cool it, which is great. But then I also have nitrogen that goes after the funnel to consistently push through as well. Now that changes depending on the firing of what's going on, but what that means is that it always keeps pushing out air, and the valve there that I talk about eventually will suck out enough air, which is the teardrop valve, that the little bulbous head where the stators are will move forward and then seal. As it pushes out, it'll seal back up. There's these little overhang areas for the tail that then eventually turn into these, slight waveguide feather-like things for where the tail is that goes slightly into where the funnel is, the entrance of the hole. This improves its given characteristics of speed and flow rates for the nitrogen. But the reason why it seals off is because, that means there's pressure in one area, and there's now less pressure over here. That allows for exhaust flow to accelerate even greater because it's in a lower pressurized environment. The flywheel-like turbine at that point is in more of a vacuum, and so it'll continue spinning for longer like a flywheel, which is efficient until the next nitrogen blast and then the next exhaust blast. Then it'll join in with the nitrogen blast, because there's a nitrogen blast and then nitrogen. And then there's an exhaust, which then has nitrogen around, but then it's a fully stoichiometric mixed blend, so there should be no nitrogen and oxygen mixing, but you never know, right? Anyways, the next funnel then acts more like a two-stroke. So it's like as it goes through, it'll want to expand, but I'm pushing nitrogen into the expansion area where it could try and rebound. Because it has to curve, because I have a bigger area for the given curve, and then a nice gentler slope that's a little flatter. It allows for it to go off into the flat back and then combine slowly with little overhang skips that help as center area flow of the exhaust of nitrogen into the muffler. What that means is I achieve a greater, higher flow rate to the exhaust going into, and the nitrogen going into the cooling down constantly exhaust manifold tube muffler area. And then I heat it up slightly with a big blast of exhaust that had been dumped more or less into improving the given amount of efficiency of the single cylinder balanced engine. Now the balancing was super fun to do because it's like, a harmonic balancer that's actually an oil pump that happens to work off of a slightly oddly shaped gear set to work with the side to side balancing, and then the up and down was a forward and back, or left and right. It really depends on what you want to do. But it's the Formula One suspension. It rotates up and it goes up, and it rotates and it'll go down as an inertial dampening suspension system. And that was the counterbalancing system. Now, I've already talked about it. It's already on my YouTube, which is why I'm talking about it here. But it's like, that totally works. And in fact, you only ever need 2 of those, which you only technically need 1. You just need a different type of gear. But if I do 2, I have a redundancy in case something fails for 4, 6, 8, 12, however many you really only ever need 4 of these things to fully balance practically all engines. Which now means I don't have to do what the vast majority of people do for their engines. Which is why I was like, it's at 28K, because, I could do that. There's nothing stopping me from doing 28K. In fact, I have only a need to exhaust. Because it's rotating, I'm always good to go. Because I have a 4-stroke, I'm always going to be able to do that. So it's totally able to be balanced, and then I don't have to worry about valve. What is this, float? Pfft. Who cares about valve float? Why would you have this issue? Anyways, That's also my crank that helps with the super turbo, and then it's just a series of given solenoids and you know, the type of CVT transmission and the clutches that I was talking about that disengage and engage at the right RPMs, and that's just tuning. So it always has oil pressure because it's a dry sump, but then it always has coolant flow, and it only has to go on once enough heat for the solenoid, which is a thermocouple really, happens to activate. And I'm fine with up to 65 psi of oxygen. Then it's a bunch of one-way valves. Blow-off valve is really only ever the nitrogen, since the nitrogen is fine at being whatever blow-off valve it can be, that it will drop some of the given amount of oxygen psi value I'm going to have anyways. Whatever I have going in should be having the same going out, but then, there's some wiggle room I'm betting there. But if I ever need to blow it off, then it's like, I suppose I could just dump it into the nitrogen area. You know what I mean? Then it was like the bottomer, or the piston head here, has 3 compression rings, pretty high ratio compression rings at the top, and then 2 at the bottom with an oil ring in the middle. Now, I talked about it being a hollow, right, connecting rod, right? Well, where the elbow pin is, it's another version of similar to a 2-stroke. So then it closes off those valves. As it continues going down, the oil has to go somewhere, goes into the piston head that's hollow. The rings then have fresh oil delivered to them, not to mention the connecting rod also happens to get oil because they are flowed into the bottomer, but also to the oil rings and the compression rings that are there. Now, moving on, the side of the cylinder wall have another rotating ring valve assembly. Once it goes down and the pressure has gotten there, that's exactly where the oil will then squirt out into the cylinder walls, which is like a 2-stroke, but it's like it only needs to be there when necessary. So who gives a shit, basically? It fires off, oil's there, and then it goes back down into the rest of everything else. Now, oil still happens to go down to the bottomers, but also it goes down into, so that little, elbow pin, it's like that's where the girdle is supporting it, and the little pivot thing. It's like that's a controlled area. It'll go up and down, but then also pivots a little bit. And then as it rotates on the bearing, a wrist pin, it then allows for it to, change where the valve is. Or it's going to open up valves effectively. That's all it is really doing. But then that also means it's changing its position. It closes off valves at the top. Eventually it'll close off valves at the bottom as oil fills, and then it spreads off, and then it's going to close off to the sides. And then it's pressurized as it still continues moving, and oil will still travel up to the piston head and then squirt off to the sides, which I described all while it's, close to 4 hours long, as a video for my single cylinder balanced engine that has 65 views only so far. I don't get a lot of views, man. But that's how that works, and it works just fine. I guess people just wouldn't know how, because just like I'd have to fucking take this into consideration for strikeengine.com versus I have 51 if I wanted to at 120, but in reality that'd be what was that really, freaking 45, 90, right? So 90, and then I have to divide by 14. So 90 divided by, let's do the 14.7, proper. So I have 6 grams of fuel I could use per each engine stroke cycle. If it was going at 3,000 CFM at 15 psi. Which means brake bean effective pressure is just fine. Torque is fine. Everything is fine for that. I was just doing a sanity check effectively. I knew I had it right. And I knew everybody else was wrong if they ever said I wasn't correct in everything I said. But that's because I'm smart, and others usually aren't as smart as I am, and I have had to deal with that in my life for a long time. That's nothing new. But all right, so like I got my fuel. Sanity check is fine. Everything about it is fine. Right. Same thing for the elbow pin, which has effectively been done before in its own way. It's a different type of way of, especially girdles, oil squirters, effectively. So, yeah, no, everything's good. I mean, I'm cooling it with oil that's still going down. So it's still going to drip down into the girdle area, but then, like, that area just drips down into where the bearing journal for the connecting rod is, which I still squirt oil in there, but it's a dry sump anyways, and so it'll just pick up more. So that's fine. And then that's how I use my crankshaft thing. It's a little axle, so for the up and down little counterweight, that spins up and down. It also happens to have a dynamic way of using engine coolant to help pump. So like engine coolant means I can dynamically load a different amount of valving, which changes its counterweight at different RPMs. Same thing for the oil pump as the harmonic balancer. So, which improves a given weight characteristic, while I can still always increase it with a regular oil pump and coolant pump, and different weight values for given amounts of like pitch and angle for the fan blades, and sizing for the given weight, for the way it's attached to a given diaphragm as a pump. So, anyways, that meant that pumping engine coolant up would then go down to where that pump, oscillating pump is for the shake weight, right? But of course it's spinning a little bit, but I'm not going to really use that. But what that means is it's still going to cool a little bit as it both goes up and it goes down. But eventually the thermocouple will get to a point at enough sustained high RPM that, of course, the radiator that has to be there will activate. Now, I stated in that video that it was a air-to-air, then to a liquid-to-air, with a ram air with a filter there, okay, for the compressor, which is a super turbo, right? Now, that's at the bottom of a radiator, right? Then that goes off to the filter. So it'd be a 40-inch, so that would make sense where the filter would be, right there. And I said it would be off to the right and the side. And I didn't say anything about cooling it, but then it's like, well, that could be air-cooled. There's nothing saying I can't air-cool that. I just put it in a sleeve or something. That can be air-cooled. I can air-cool that. But it's like, all right, so that's the blow-off valve to the rear, which goes to the bottomer, but also the behind the turbine. So that was fine. I got that one right. And then it's a one-way valve that will dump into the oxygen, but I can still always just add a blow-off valve if I needed it to be. So it's like that's a one-way valve into a separate container is what I said in there, right? Which is the correct move, because otherwise then that could not be used the next time I need to start up my engine with the way I'm doing it, as air injectors would need a given PSI value to start with. Anyways, that's a one-way valve to another one-way valve, so I guess I'll just do like a blow-off valve, one-way valve kind of setup. But anyways, that goes off into another air-to-air, and then to another water-to-air at the top, which is great because then that's a hot oxygen. I don't really want that. Typically reacts a little bit more quickly, and I used a little bit of essentially glass, because glass would make sense with quartz with an aluminum casing around that, something similar to that or whatever, because that would mean that I don't have to worry about it oxidizing my line if I was using aluminum or PTFE or any of these other plastics. Glass tends to not be very able to be oxidized, right? Same thing with the quartz inside of the injectors that I had for the nozzle tip and more. And I had 3 at the end of it that I upgraded eventually to air injectors that are modified diesel injectors that are larger, volumetric efficiency. I stated I didn't want it to go above 2,000 PSI. Now, heat is a different question, so I'd have to manage that differently. But I could do it with, I had graphite paste with high temperature silicone paste, caulking with the multi-layer steel gasket material. And I think it said everything is torqued to 45 foot-pounds for a good damn reason, because detonation shit. Anyways, that's fine. I can go with that. That's still going to work. Then it's like, all right, I still have enough volumetric efficiency. The way I designed the head and modified it means that a lot of the heat is taken care of by coolant and oil that flows through because I need to have oil for the bearing, right, that I have, because it's a journal bearing, effectively. That's two pieces. Well, there's three of them, but it's really kind of two pieces. So it's like, it's balanced with a hole that's on one side, right? And so like that has to be taken out on one other side, but that means it can go up and it can go back down with a gear that I had stated that was there, that's attached to the rod that I use for the counter rotating, but it's actually not connected. It's only passing through the hollow axle of the suspension dampener, which means it has support, and it's more compact because it can be in the front and right next to where I need my super turbo CVT, all that stuff, which is another axle, like a differential, effectively. So, works out. CVT works out, especially since I can use conical gears and a CVT that's inside of the conical gear set. All I need is the right RPM tuning. So that's working. Sanity check's good. The ring valve that's below is another type of gear, and then this rotates and that rotates, right, off of course, the crank and the differential stuff. So the bottom rotating ring valve is effectively very similar, but it's more like a top hat. So I describe it like a top hat. So it's like, take your hands, make a T, and then on the flat part of the T, you're going to put another kind of T there, but it's more curved. What that means is it sits inside of these journal areas that are filled with a lubricant. Then it has lubricant flow through that, which means it's bearing. Happens to use oil pressure, but also gearing to change at different RPMs when it fully opens its full nozzle. I call it a nozzle because it's like, well, it's about this wide as an oval-ish shape. But then it's like, oh, well, I can open it up even further and fully expose it, or have it only open up this amount. I can have it, go a little bit sooner or a little bit later based upon the RPM and oil pressure and the change of gear ratio that I get, which I stated in my video. So the sanity check's all good. It's cooled by coolant and lubricant, so it's fine. See here, the manifold thing, which has a bunch of one-way valves, so it goes into that, trifurcates itself, then it has one-way valve from any and all of the air injectors to another, so it goes off to a one-way valve and bifurcates to the other two. Each one does that. That way, it can fire 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and receive extra air pressure from the previous air injector that it did not use, improving its given efficiency at delivering air at high flow and pressure. So, I was correct in that too. Sanity check is good. I got more than enough for 1.2 liter easily. I can push a higher PSI, but I don't really need to. Because at 28K, which no wonder why I limited it to this fucking 9K figure. Jesus shit. That'd be a ridiculous amount of horsepower, but that's why it was 350 foot-pounds of torque that has an engine management style with a 300 horsepower that I had it at, which it's pretty close at 263, but that's not taking into account the way I'm doing it, accelerating its given mass for longer and having a better burn, which effectively means, no, I'm in the ballpark. My sanity check is totally correct. Anyone that said it wasn't is, well, they didn't do the work like I did, that I can apparently just do in my head without really needing to do this. Everything's checking out with everyone else's given types of calculators. Again, these are all rough guesstimates for their stuff. So most likely I'm probably higher, and I have a higher degree of efficiency because, of course, well, I'm using that nitrogen with the turbine of the super turbo to add into the crank, which means I'm for sure higher, which is what I was talking about initially, and then I eventually went through all that, more or less to distract you because you probably forgot and you skipped forward in this given video about that turbo that dumps into the crankshaft that I said multiple times because you probably just hate me saying that it was right and you were wrong. But effectively, I'm right, you're wrong, suck it the fuck up. But that's another reason why it was like, oh, so essentially I made a much more easily, able to be used by beginners motorcycle as a single-cylinder 1.2 liter over 1 liter engine that weighs a lot less, has a lot less friction, it's more efficient, but of course it only has one power stroke, and then a smooth delivery at the right RPM into, I have a CVT pack gear. Okay, so like, it's a bunch of CVTs, CVT ratios, right? That I can manually switch like a double clutch, up and down, right? But what that means is that if I had to try and dump at a higher RPM, then I can be at a higher gear ratio that will be at a much higher gear ratio, so that way you don't fucking, launch yourself into the ground behind you, and then properly take off much more quickly and be at a nominal RPM that you want to be at for highest efficiency. But it also means you only have one real super duper power delivery, like one really big dump of power, and then the rest of it's kind of like a bunch of reduction of loss during that one power stroke. So it like goes up, and then it sustains, and it very slowly tapers off, and it goes back up. So it'll go up, and then up, and then up, which is good. Smooth power. You're looking for that. It's a nitrogen thing and the exhaust thing at the right RPM. With the torque vectoring, effectively. So there's that. So all my sanity checks are good for the nitrogen thing. It's really more about that speed of burn, which no wonder why I put in fuel first, and then I add in air like a compression ignition, and then continue to sustain a burn like a rocket. Then I was like, but wait, I can still do this with fuel added after. So I push in oxygen, I have a little bit of fuel, it's quite lean, it burned, and then I can add in more fuel as a given pulse system, direct injection, and I can still accelerate it that way, as it'll still burn, and increase given cylinder pressures and acceleration without having to max out boosts that make no sense. It's really about the fact that, okay, so I had a detonation, but it only increased the given PSI to the 1200 PSI. Well, I still have more oxygen to burn, and I can still dump in more fuel, like a diesel, but just dumping in more fuel as regular gasoline multiple times in a very short few milliseconds as it accelerates away. and make sure it maintains its given PSI inside of the cylinder and at the cylinder's, gasket at the header area. So both ways will still work, and it'll cool off as it expands and dumps in more fuel and has to spend energy from the given heat that it's spent burning into burning more fuel, making it more efficient. The only problem of that particular way is that I'm more than likely able to oxidize the cylinder sidewalls, but then, then I would burn them off. Whatever that oxygen is, as it would dump in more fuel. But that's only if it got hot enough for that. It really depends, on that side. Because it's like, we don't really think that we'd have higher degrees of oxidation inside of our engines when we run them pretty hot, right? But then we wouldn't be running them that hot because, of course, we're not looking to literally give them insanely high temperature oxygen or leave an insanely high temperature cylinder wall pressure or temperature and header temperature. Because it's cooled enough, it wouldn't matter. So effectively, that's out the window too. So sanity check's good on that. So I'm right still. Like, effectively, I was right the entire time. It's like a basic kind of like just whatever engine that I would want. I could scale this pretty high up. At that level of CFM, even a naturally aspirated engine will do this, except for the fact that it's a vacuum. So you would probably want a ram air system of some sort, or at the very least a given type of forced induction. Like, forced induction is probably a better way to go about it, and they're fairly decently chunky little filter, but then they're also fairly expensive. But then how long would they last for? That's really what that would be at that point, more than anything, because then I don't have to really worry after that. For what it's worth, it's like, how long do they last? It's like, I have to worry. It's like, I'm gonna fucking eventually change out my filter anyways, so I don't care. It's literally not a big deal in any goddamn way. I really wouldn't care that much at all. So, I don't know. For me, it's like, it's just, now I need to cool that. I did say I had air cooling. Maybe not. I don't remember. It was a while back. If I didn't, I'll just air cool the fucking filter. It's fine. Not a big deal. You can always liquid cool it too with the fucking first or second, water cooler too. So, whoopie-doo. It'll work. Everything about it works. Everything about the engine works. I am fully sanity checked completely. Especially with the torque vectoring and the engine management and the CVT, which effectively means that I have a really high efficiency at peak torque and RPM. So for horsepower, because it's 350 horsepower. You know what I mean? No, not horsepower. Torque. Interrupter. Sorry. Some dude listening interrupted, trying to make me flub my words. You need to know about that for the given type of lore and reality here that's going on. But it wouldn't matter. Point is, I can admit a mistake. It's just that one was that one. And you probably wouldn't think I'm correct in that unless you knew enough about how much I do know actually about science and physics, engineering and more, which would suddenly necessitate you would probably start wanting desperately to believe your side of things and discount and credit the physics that we know exist, and that would be what I am using. Which essentially means you're in denial for the very reality around you. I want to move on from that. because you can never argue with someone that can't tell reality from fantasy. Much like I had to basically do a sanity check again for my fucking whole concept design here of using nitrogen filters inside of engines and for cars to improve pollution, although we still have carbon dioxide, so yeah, that's what it is. But that being said, that also means I don't need nearly as much liters of air for hydrogen anymore to run a given type of hydrogen engine. Instead of 33 liters, I would be able to cut out that 33 liter by 78%, so 33 times 0.78 would mean I have 25.74, so 33 minus 25.74 liters of that cut off, which now means I have only a need for 7.26 of those liter bottles of air that Intexa decided to do for his idea of a rocket engine. He just needs a turbo. Why don't you just get a turbo, bro, and get a prop on there? Or you just go fast enough and just shove the air through the nitrogen filter with a ram air. Works for me. That's a simple, basic oxygen start off, and then it's just ram air fucking wham bam thank you ma'am. Nitrogen go bye bye. Cool off the fucking bell end with nitrogen, because fuck your ass. Why not? Use some electricity to fucking make an ionic, make the gas now a plasma as it goes through, and do a oh, but guess what? I'm accelerated even more with electricity and attractive forces than being used as an exothermic repulse reactive force as they combine and go, I guess I'll just make a little nitric oxide. Oh, but actually I can't because I have oxygen. So you know what? I guess I'll just fucking exothermically react because I have too many electrons and you have too many fucking not electrons. And so I suppose we'll just fucking make it work somehow, and I'll accelerate that way, and you go that way because, you know, you're stopping me from accelerating that way. Just get on my level. Why you so slow? Look at me with my ram air. That's my airship design. I added that guy in Vertasium, and they did not fucking even... I'm pretty sure they never watched it. Although it got watched by a few people, but I'm pretty sure they never watched it. Or at least they never commented. It's fucking boring after a while. Watching those numbers, and then nobody fucking does anything, and then, you know... But it's like, I know my fucking shit's good. Like, I don't even have to do this. I was just curious today. It's like, I know for a fact it would work. Like, I don't have to do the work that most other people have to for math and engineering just because it's like, well, that makes total sense to me. I can easily see it. I already know all the fucking values effectively, so this makes absolutely all the sense. Like, I don't have to try. I can just easily know because I just thought about it right. Unlike others, I suppose. Like, you have experience. Well, no, I thought about it for a long time. Doesn't mean I have any actual experience of engine tuning or any of that. But then it's like all the fucking things are things that I know about anyways. Even if I don't have the money for it, doesn't mean I can't learn it. So it's like, I already learned it. So it means the whole idea of needing a sanity check is essentially, hi, I am now a science explanation educator, I suppose. You were wrong. Here, do this instead. Why don't you just stop being stupid and be better? Stop doing whatever that is that you were doing, because that's lame, and you could do this instead, and you'd be happier, too. It's effectively working like a jet engine, except for like the jet engine's effectively turning into like, well, you know, there's a given amount of heat, and then there's a given amount of like extra pressure to the turbine, and then it's like making sure the turbine starts acting like a flywheel, and then like I improve its given design efficiency, especially when the turbine I effectively changed entirely to like a center out back to center approach, which is a bit different than most people would assume, but that's pretty easy to do, and then that center then goes off into a vertical style hourglass, which, while heavier, sure, whatever, I don't give a fuck, it's more compact and it's more efficient into that 40, maybe 50% range, which is going to be necessary considering it's also a big heat sink and a big old flywheel, which is a good thing. So, like, there's that. It's like, then it's just a flywheel. Like, I don't need a flywheel for the fucking single cylinder, like, practically at all with a bottomer like that. But, like, whatever, that means my efficiency's improved dramatically at the higher RPMs, but I'm also balanced like a motherfucker up to like 28K. It's all about air fuel, but it's like, no, I can easily push more fucking, like imagine if it was Formula 1. You know what I mean? It's like they have a way better time of being able to like burn fuel because it's like, well, yeah, I'd have to run extra lean. No, I don't. Why? I can push more air now because it's pure oxygen, which now means I don't have that limitation, and go fuck yourself, I'm better than you. Look at my engine outperform your ass. Why don't you just get good? Brap. Away with my Formula 1. That's effectively all that would be. Huh. It's too bad I don't have the money to ever do any of this. Still trying to get on that Social Security income. Waiting for a court date. Third appeal right now. Why not electric motors? Electric motors are easy. You've never improved the design efficiency of any of your fucking piston engines, and it bothers the shit out of me. You know more about physics and whatnot to the point where it's like, why would you do that? I mean, you even know about piezoelectrics, thermoelectric generating materials, and thermal photovoltaics. Why are you lame? You can easily make like a waste heat generator and all that. Like, if you're willing to put in that much weight into your engine bay, which, yeah, I mean, you are, clearly. Why don't you just make it more efficient? Literally, why don't you just do that? Why don't you just fucking be better? Like, I can make electricity from the engine, and then I can just make electricity from all the heat that I lost, which, piezoelectrics and all the rest of that gets, like, almost 90% of that. And then I still have the work energy performed by the given heat pressure. Which means it's like, well, yeah, no, sure, I guess I could do like 99% efficiency, but this is my given battery. But then I have a given chemical battery. That's why I ended up eventually making on my YouTube channel a electron redox flow electric motor burning fuel hydrogen most often, but you can burn any carbon style that looks and acts like a toroidal torque converter and fuel cell kind of on the inside, because it's got the right gapping, and then there's a little roller bump stop camshaft for the engine housing that these two halves rotate, and then they'll separate and then go back in, and separate and go back in, and they get close enough. That allows for expansion in the right area. That also allows for electron redox flow capabilities, considering they're close enough, and that creates a attractive and repulsive force for an electric motor, along with a expansionary force to the given engine, but also a rotation. It's counter-rotating to a given singular axle, which then just gets used, and then it's just, that's effectively everything at the center, and then as it goes out, that's capturing more and more of that given energy into closer and closer, and also more and more blades, which improves its design efficiency quite a bit more. And I could still use electricity and very little fuel to improve its given design and compactness, weight, and all the rest, with even cooling being used to actually improve and replace in for a waste heat generator design for both exhaust and the given radiator, because I can still put it on the exhaust. It's just piezoelectrics with a heat exchange area and a diaphragm. As it moves, piezoelectrics then create mechanical stress and strain. Same thing with the waste heat generator radiator, which then just gets fed into the given energy performed by the engine. But it's not fully done because it's like, well, you know what? If I place in the right little humidity and pressure differences for like an air engine, I capture pressure differences as I'm moving, but then humidity differences while I'm moving, which also happens with piezoelectrics and the right little setup to produce more electricity. Now, I'm not talking about, oh, as I'm moving forward, I'm then going to make something move like a fan blade. I'm talking about humidity actually, along with heat from the air, giving me extra electricity to dump into the engine. Now, if you didn't know about the humidity generators, they do exist, so suck that one up, bitches. You didn't know. Here's some fucking solar photovoltaics for your hood, roof, and trunk. I guess you're stupid again. Here's some heat that I'm just going to absorb again. I'll just dump it into the engine, because, like, why the fuck wouldn't I? But you know what that does? More electricity. Eventually I get a heat battery. Eventually I get a fucking flywheel battery. Eventually I get what is the literal equivalent of a Stirling engine effect, as I'll take energy from the air in terms of heat and humidity and dust and differences of charge, and use the electron redox flow of a slight amount of fuel used and a little bit of battery, which eventually can just be used as, oh my god, the sun's out today, I suppose I'll just use that, along with some piezoelectrics and some Stirling vacuum areas inside of my panels in my car. Then I get Stirling effects that happen to power my engine. Because I'm not a stupid cunt face that thinks I can't do this. Unlike stupid cunt faces that are stupid, that don't know how this works. I'll then have a multiple hybrid electric motor engine, which is highly efficient and uses almost no fuel at all, except to make sure it has the right amount of heat, the right amount of vacuum in the right amount of areas. What do you know? It effectively powers itself practically, except no, of course, the energy is coming from somewhere. It's called fucking air, pressure, light, and waters around us, along with dust. Shockingly, those things still exist, as far as I'm aware. Yep, still working. Yeah, that's air. You know, I'm not fucking frozen solid. No absolute zero still existing. And you know what? I'm not dying, so I'm pretty fucking sure we have enough heat to live, which is enough to make a Stirling process. So effectively, all I heard was, you're not sane, and I'm sane, and you should shut up and just do what I tell you. How about just do that, you fucking retards? I'm that guy. You come here for this content, to be degraded and looked down on if you think that that was a thing that couldn't be done. Because I like to shit on you, because effectively I'm not here to educate you. I'm not here to explain jack shit. Realistically, I already know I have good designs, and you're an idiot, probably, that isn't involved in those given areas of expertise, and sciences, and studies, and physics, and more. And so you're basically yelling and screaming about something you don't know about that can't be done, I'm never do it already, and oh my god, what's the blah 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 blah. Versus me, who goes, I'm a fucking Chad intellect. I already know that shit works. I put in the effort and work already. You're a fucking retard that just says things can't be done. I find solutions and make sure that they can work. Stop being a little fucking virgin, incel fucking fuckface, and be a Chadley Xenon intelligence level. Just do it better. Why not? How come you're stupid? Literally that. But I had to look at it because I was like, realistically, I don't know the exact specifications of every nitrogen filter out there, but a high flow nitrogen filter that filters out the nitrogen, that can handle high enough PSIs, that just needs to be able to operate within a given type of heat value, which I would be able to cool either liquidly or air-wise. I'd be able to tuck somewhere away. is all that's necessary. And it can always scale it for what it's worth. And then it's like, well, if we get laws, regulations, and we happen to introduce more demand, and then we get more supply, it gets lower cost, which is great. But then also it becomes something that reduces nitric oxide emissions tremendously, carbon monoxide emissions tremendously. It improves our efficiencies drastically. We use less fuel, and we're able to get away with a different way of accelerating. Instead of having a much higher PSI initially, we start with a lower PSI, and then we add it in, or we start at the higher PSI but a leaner, and then we add it in later, which allows for a more efficient burn, a more cleaner burn, which is good. You're going to want that, which means less particulate, harmful pollutants from diesels and gas and pretty much any and all fuel you'll use as a hydrocarbon. But also means you can use almost any fuel as a hydrocarbon burn, or even hydrogen is a lot more viable now because you have a nitrogen filter. Because of my efficiencies going up for the given captured heat, especially with the nice little torque converter like looking toroidal that I have as an electric motor hybrid all in one, then hydrogen becomes a fucking lot more viable, as it'll use the exothermics as an actual generational of extra electricity, as an exothermic generation of electricity, but also expansionary work energy, which is great. So hydrogen's now far more viable. My engine basically beats any of the current fuel cells. Turbines are stupid. Omega-1, why would you use it? Why would you use the liquid piston? It sounds stupid. Why don't you just do it right? Use electron redox flow, generating electricity, but work energy in its own right as expansionary exothermic reactivity energy. It's all about doing the right kind of numbers in terms of the amount of fuel used for a given size that you have. Now, it's a little bit less complicated than you think, just because it's counter-rotating, and if you didn't know about this, there's this thing called a fucking axle, and they have a bump on it. I don't know if you know this, but that's what a camshaft is, you fucking fuck-up retards. So I'm pretty sure we know how to do that. And we can do that both on the axle and on the engine block, which allows for dynamic alterations of gapping and actual seals. That's right, actual sealing to this. That expands and rotates all the things into a singular point of rotation with a singular gear. And I only have to have the one be an intake, as it's a hollow axle for the intake from the center and then out approach, allowing for, you guessed it, a ram super turbo effect, which happens to increase the given amount of, that's right, you guessed it, efficiency in nitrogen filtration the faster you go. Highway speeds are a lot more efficient, but so is putt-putting around with the single direction, one-way valves. But also I can always have a blow-off valve, but then that's just nitrogen, and I can always store it in a tank, and then only use the right amount that I need, and I can always turn off the supercharger and super turbo. The turbo now just is going to make more work energy for the turbine directly to the crankshaft. I guess stupid people be stupid all the time. Look at my efficiency go way up! I'm making all the sense! If I happen to increase the amount of... What is it, an axle? So I have several axle packs here. It's a whole thing. I hate these fucking things. They're like, no, it's an axle, I swear. That's a fucking plate. Why don't you call it a radial? For electric motors. It's so fucking stupid after a while. It makes no fucking sense. It really doesn't. I hate it. And it's like, no, it's cool anyways, because it's like expansionary Joule-Thomson cycles. From higher pressure to a medium pressure to a lower pressure. Well, the heat has to go somewhere. Into the intake, or whatever the fuck you really want it to go into. What is this? Is this a fucking piezoelectric over here? Brrr, goes 90% of that heat into my electrical potential. Along with expansionatory heat exchange, which happens to increase the given amount of work energy performed. It's all about balancing it then after a certain point here, where my given amount of air I'm sucking in and squeezing in happens to also be improving my given Stirling efforts to really make a large amount of extra energy occur. Guess what? You suck, I'm better, suck it up. Guess what? Is there extra electricity in the amount of humidity around? Yeah! Oh, fuck yeah, I'm totally gonna do that. I mean, I'm gonna store that fucking water somewhere that's in my exhaust. Might as well fucking use that as a Rankine cycle, but no, fuck your ass, Rankine. I'm Lemke. I'm gonna use that as extra electricity, considering the fact that moving air, because we have a vehicle here, and the skin, versus this is a fucking goddamn actual water amount, which definitely means I can fucking cool using phase change, but then in so doing, increase the amount of electricity I gain because of Stirling, but also humidity electron flow variance, basically meaning there's electricity over here, and it wants to move. It's electron flow. Again, the redox flow thing. But no, I'm not finished, because go fuck yourself. I need to cool off this thing called solar photovoltaics. Now, since it has to fucking do something, that means I'm going to make a charge value difference because it's polarized. Now, if I happen to use a little bit of this shit called, I don't fucking know, charge value differences, and electromagnetics slightly, I happen to create an alignment for your little fucking diodes and your photovoltaics to improve its given efficiency of making electrons from the burr solar juice that shines down on us as the sun constantly pisses and comes all over us. With its gooey, wonderful electromagnetic radiation. With no mass. We just swim in that shit all day. But wait, there's more. If you thought that was it, no, you're stupid, you stupid cunt. I didn't even tell you about the best part. I have fucking shit called thermal in between these solar cells, right? Through IR releasing agents. I don't know if you know that. They're just another version of electromagnetic radiation, the infrared range. I suppose I wanted to fight fire with fire. You think you can outpiss me, son? Well, you were right, because you're a fucking ginormous thermonuclear fucking explosion all the time. So there's that. But what does that mean? It means if I happen to use constructive and destructive interference models for the light coming in with a nice little coating of a given type of lensing and material design, it allows for the correct given type of electromagnetic radiation frequency to be increased, which improves the efficiency of, that's right, you fucking guessed it, you slutty bastard, rich in no way, but definitely more intelligent than those fucking no way in hell does this work, naysaying pieces of shit garbage. People of my solar photovoltaics. You guessed it, I got more efficiency. I'm actually above the fucking stupid limit that you have because I'm great. Except you didn't measure it right because I effectively converted certain amounts of light into doing that and then improved it by making it not just get colder, but making effectively water improve the likelihood chance of making an electron happen with a little bit of field work, essentially, which is a super turbo in its own right. You guessed it, to the fucking solar photovoltaic diode. Guess what? That's all I need, really, realistically, because that would be a fucking massive amount of increased energy potential.
which essentially means go fuck yourself, renewables are king. I already have an electric motor. I don't even really need hydrogen. I'll just fucking brute force it with my solar photovoltaics, and I'll have a little fucking HHO generator, a little vibratory experience, and some light happening with a little piezoelectric action of a pumpy-wumpy acoustic resonance to improve the amount of HHO generation by exciting the likelihood chance with the substrate substance we use of H and O generated retards. I only then need to make sure it happens to collect and condense. If I'm going to expand it in one way, I can contract it, compress it in another, with the acoustic resonance pump diaphragms that are going on. And then I have, what is this, IR emittance? Oh, that's nice. That'll help make it so I can cool it easier with phase changing in Joule-Thomson cycles. And then I'll use the very engine itself's flywheel energy to help keep compressing it more and allow for even greater amounts of cooling work energy to be performed. I'll just store that as a chemical battery. Why the fuck not, you fucking fuck up retards? Here it is, here's some ozone because I used a little bit of electricity and compression, which happens to improve, because I have a nitrogen filter, the amount of increased electron flow rate that I can get as a generator, as it's passively re-upping its own goddamn hydrogen amount. Good old work energy performed. Yeah, I only need a little bit of water every so often. Leave it outside while I'm doing, this thing called work or some shit, to re-up my fuel, or I'll just put a little bit of fuel in my fucking tank because I felt like doing that instead of turning on the basic regeneration technology that you should always have. Yeah. Fucking retards. You know what I mean? Why do you do it this way when you could do it the right way? Does it expense a lot? I don't know. It's $100,000 for your fucking shit, Tesla, and I don't even want that. I have vroom vroom turbine sounds, because that's a diaphragm resonance given the heat exchange that we're talking about. And it's like air gets pushed through and it goes brrr to a big roar and like a turbine now, which is a good thing because people like sound. But you could always turn it off. You don't really need it. But it's like, no, $100,000? Yeah, no, I mean, like, you give me like a fucking couple million, I can knock out the engine pretty quickly. Wouldn't be that hard considering we already have fucking fuel cells, and we already know about bump stops and camshafts, and we already know about axles and counter-rotating props. We already know about like fucking exothermic reactivity. We already know about turbines. We already know about like basically everything I just talked about, and they all already work. So literally, you're fucking stupid. Same thing with attractive and repulsive fucking electric motor designs. If you didn't know, that's a Z-pinch current maneuver. Oh my god. There's this thing called Z-pinch. You ever heard of this? And then there's electrically repulsive coils. I made a fieldy wheeled. As electricity went through something like burr in a certain type of current, as a Z-pinch current then connected enough with a gap that allowed for a given amount of exothermic reactivity, allowing for not just an exothermic reactivity, but a Z-pinch and a then repulsive force to be achieved. That's right, you guessed it. I know damn well how to make this engine, and you're a fucking fuck-up retard that thinks I don't. Deal with it. Here's my waste heat generator, which I already have several on my YouTube, but effectively it's essentially the same thing of like a given piezoelectric and a stretchy diaphragm with a vacuum in one side, then a given amount of exchange, and then they say Joule-Thomson from small, medium to large, back to small again, as it will then eventually condense as it's happened to do this thing called a phase change. It also happens to create this acoustic pump reaction, which happens to improve the given efficiency of transfer of heat, a given type of thickness and a given type of entrance as this size to this size to that size, back to this size again, small, medium, large, medium, in no way actually small, improves the amount of saturation of exchange of heat with the given vibrations, boundary layer reducing acoustic vibration pumping action, which also improves the given amount of captured energy from the 90% effective piezoelectrics. That's right, piezoelectrics are 90% effective at producing electricity from a given mechanical workload. Which means my Stirling Whirlings is 90% efficient. But, for what it's worth, there is extra heat in the atmospheres. I put a little bit of an extra thickness there, bad boys, and guess what I giddy witties? With a little extra air that I didn't use to try and exchange the given amount of heat. More energy produced. Guessed right! Nice! You got it! There you go. Same thing for my solar panels. Same thing for my body of the car or this thing called a motorcycle panels and the piezoelectrics that go along with that as I capture any given amount of flex from them and suspension because why the fuck wouldn't I put it in there? And all the rest of that has captured work energy to the given direction of energy that I'm trying to perform. And I can dynamically make that be a thing given the amount of resistance, meaning work energy performed for the given electric motor that I need to perform, which stiffens and reduces the given amount of suspension travel I have. Spring rate stuff. Same thing for this stuff called electrically resistive braking with vacuums being involved, as I can just simply allow for rotation and a given amount of tube to be expanded, although I talked about more for this other one, but we don't have that one right now, so we'll just have to leave that one alone, as that would be an easy one for a tube frame in anything to be used. Now, I'm not actually even fully done because you guessed it, there's humidity, obviously, if I'm going to expend some work energy to push in some fucking hydrogens. I'm absolutely going to use that for extra energy potential from the air around us that's moving faster like I just said. Not to mention I want to use that to cool the cabin of the vehicle, not so much the thing called the motorcycle, but still, that allows for me to then do that and capture some of that heat and concentrate it, woohoo, as a phase change. Super duper stuff, you know what I mean? Because that's all that's really necessary, and all of these parts are actually already made, already done, and we only need a nitrogen filter. This one apparently is more than good enough. Now means I actually have the ability to sell this to you fairly cheaply. You want a motorcycle for this? Yeah, I said $9K in that fucking single cylinder video as a business idea. Yeah, that's totally feasible. Now, granted, I have to take a little while to make that given engine versus a single cylinder, but still. But then it's alright, so I use that to eventually build up to that. Fine. Cool beans, I can do that. Oh wait, where's my fucking investment or any money? Obviously I don't have that. Suck it the fuck up. I don't have money. I don't have any income. I'm trying to get on Social Security income, you fucking nerds, ass fuck retards. So, moving on, it's well, here you go. I can now make how much actual electricity I need to make your fucking big vroom vroom juicy juice fucking horsey horse muscly car go birdie bird down the strippy whips. I probably only need it to be about this given distance, because that's a given amount of torque at the very ends there for a given levered action. Now, that really then depends on what type of amount of energy you want to produce. Now that's this amount of current, this amount of amps, this amount of volts, which are going to be supplied by this amount of fuel, which is going to be supplied by this amount of heat in the air, which is going to be supplied by this amount of humidity in the air, and so then it gets worked out to being probably a lot fucking less weight than your ginormous fucking ridiculous V8, and I'm definitely going to win as a result of that. Why don't you just get on my level? Why are you so slow? Why don't you just do better? Get good, bitch. Get good, son. Just get good. Just get good. Just fucking get good. By the way, it's going to act a lot more like a turbine, for like a jet engine, the faster you go, because that's the ram air stuff. And so then it gets even more efficient the faster it goes, which is great. Now I can make an argument that we need to improve our given highway speed. Autobahn be damned! Only 120 miles an hour? Fuck you! Why don't you go 240 maybe? Because I don't like dying. Exactly. That's the correct answer. That is indeed the correct answer. Smarty Smart Pants, gold star, A+ for you. Anyways, I think that'd be enough because that'll be honestly just fine as the very engine's like a two-stroke. As it runs, it sucks in more air. I only need a basic bitch starter motor, which is a part of the very engine and motor itself. And then it's gearing for the supercharger turbo setup, which then is like the standard Atkins or Brayton cycle for the jet engines that they happen to use, which is intake, compression, and then and then it spins. That's a Brayton cycle. This would be a Limpy cycle though, because it's like electricity go bury whir for more thrusty wusties and attracto-wacties and repulsy walsies, and then sucky wuckies and then spinny winds and then does more worky works. Especially with the outside forcey worsies that happen to be very wary. Just get good. Stop being stupid. Just do it right. It's literally all it was. That's a Lemke cycle. You see, I do a lot of Lemke cycles, which are meaning that they all work in conjunction like a programming of a given computer. Okay? Programming is that kind of idea of a camshaft, okay, which is neat and everything, but then they don't really use it to its advantage. Like a camshaft is literally just a pump. Why don't you just pump fuel with your camshaft? But that's a mechanical fuel pump. It's like, okay, yeah, no, sure. But wait. What about air and fuel coming together into a given type of chamber and then it burns? You can dump in more fuel, a little bit of extra air, but not much, and then you can then burn after it burns a little bit, and then the fuel you just pump in a lot leaner mixture, and then more oxygen-rich air, which happens to burn that extra fuel. And the fuel, of course, sucks up a large amount of the given leaner mix, as it then will burn too, which will then create a nominal type of burn inside of your cylinder, which is a good thing. That's my single-stroke idea, effectively, and all it really takes is essentially a mechanical fuel pump with a regular fuel pump, and then it's just a Brayton cycle style of super turbo with a nitrogen filter. And then I only need to exhaust because that's literally it. That's all I need to do. I'll dump in a little bit of extra fuel, I put a little bit of oxygen-rich air, it'll help with the kind of compression. But, it's really just going to wait until it has enough at top dead, but you don't really need it to do that. Here's the thing, it's detonation style, so it's very low oxygen, just enough to heat it up with the burn it will do. And then it's just low lean mixtures of burn with higher oxygen content, which then the fuel rich that's there that helps soak in a large amount of that heat from the given cylinder and the piston head then gets used as an extra burn, improving its given characteristics of efficiency for burn and not needing to worry about over pressure or thermals, because I can just use a spinning style of injector. So this is a good way to say injector technology is shit and I hate it. But because it's mechanical and I can make a constant high flow rate into a given nozzle when necessary, as it'll rotate up and then be engaged for that given cylinder, which is simply just kind of like a camshaft, which then will rotate a ring valve at the top, which can be sealed like that with the little curve that I talked about. It then means I have the ability to have a single stroke injector type of technology, because I actually don't even need to push that fuel in first. That's just a 4-stroke kind of style that I do, just because it's easier on your cylinders because it gets pretty warm if you do it incorrectly. You want it like kind of like a nozzle, but then like you need to have like a little, 4-piece then like stators, like they're to like a little teardrop shape that allows you to run the fuel through and cool it as it goes through, which helps improve efficiency for the given fuel burn. But it also means, like any other bell end, it survives only as a result that there's fuel. So, but that's ceramic stuff, and then that's just an injector that you put into your port, which means really it's depending on your port size and how many you have, and it's also the angle type. So it's like you'd get a sleeve, and then you'd try and angle it so that way it would spin into it, so that way it vortexes, and it's a lot less likely that you basically acetylene torch a side of your fucking cylinder wall. And that's another reason why I do the extra fuel initially, and then a little bit of burn, and then it allows for it to swirl and still be able to burn as it does that, with a lot less likelihood chance of melting your cylinder sidewalls. And it's also another reason why in that single cylinder video I have a essentially like pointed up hemispherical, but it's more like a bell end, like take an actual bell end and then like they fill the inside of it, and then that's effectively what the top of that is. That way it distributes it, but it was using air, and it would burn that to vortex, and then it would go around that, so it would have a higher degree of efficiency of moving around, but also higher surface area, and it's also cooled. It's oil cooled effectively. It's a hollow piston head that's oil cooled, which improves the likelihood chance of it not melting, which is great. I don't like melting temperatures at all in my cylinders. So, generally speaking, most of my designs are all built around that, especially pulsing designs. Like pulsing single stroke designs are all very similar. So it's like I dump in a little bit of extra fuel, I then will ignite, like I talked about, but then I'll burn lean, and then I'll dump it a little bit, and then I'll burn the fuel, and then that pulses it, so that way it'll catch up, and it'll create like another secondary burn flume instead of more of a defragration, burn in an area, right? And that's the single stroke type injectors that I have talked about. You either have pulses, you have like straight up rocket injectors, which they're still doable. It's just they're usually you have a ceramic coating on the cylinder sidewalls, the piston head, and the head themselves, which is good because you're going to need it. But otherwise, for the most part, it's basically just treating it like you should. It's a faster burn velocity. It is a higher burn heat. And it is also something that can be managed appropriately and properly by timing that burn and mixing enough fuel or air the right way. It's fine if there's a little bit of fuel, who cares? It's not going to really get that hot. But as you push in fuel, it'll heat up and then it'll expand, and it'll heat up and then it'll expand, and it'll heat up and then it expands. And so nothing gets hot enough as a pulsing system. Same thing for air. Fuel soaks it, and then it'll burn, and then the fuel will then of course absorb that, and then you can pulse it again, and then it'll burn, and it'll burn again, and it'll burn again, and it's very consistent. The other one would just be like effectively all out, like just burn it, just burn right in there, constantly, which is kind of dangerous, but you can theoretically get away with it with the right materials. So that's another reason why I was like, so if you want the rocket injector technology, here's the cool beans approach of I have a thermal photovoltaic, piezoelectric, and thermoelectric generating material that's cooled with the right ceramics that are hard and higher heat resistance, which is good because they also convert heat into IR, which is the pressed in nitrided diamond-like polycrystalline diamond-like carbon. All right, so instead of reducing heat, we're there to really just going to make it really hot and hard, and then have it for that heat then get transferred into, you guessed it, IR, because that's what carbon likes to do, right? But the caveat is that you still have to cool the shit out of that piston head. So they always need cooling, which is fine. You can get it done, but most of the time that just means you're going to do some amount of fuel effectively, and you'd probably just use like an increased amount of reduction of heat at the top of the piston head, right? That's another reason why I have a lot of them as hemispherical, right? Because like otherwise they don't like to do it. They like to break a lot. They like to melt a lot, and they like to fucking have other issues. But see, the thing is I don't need to worry about knock, because who gives a shit? I'm burning it into the cylinder. Knock is effectively who gives a fuck. I don't have to care. It's more about the fact that it's like I'm going to oxyacetylene something problem. My gas is problem. My rocket fuel engine problem. It's Bernie warnings. That's another reason why a lot of it was piezoelectrics, thermophotovoltaics, and thermoelectrics. Which, while expensive, it's really about supply and demand at that point. Nobody really uses them. Why would you? But like, this is a perfect application when you can just make a rocket engine, especially with a piston head that can be cooled with oil, like the way I'm doing it, as a 4-stroke, which now means I have an insanely high thermal efficiency. Especially with a waste heat generator like that, and then I can always put in that little electric motor torque converter type, which then turns it into like, well, yeah, sure, I have a turbine, but it's not really a turbine. It's more of a electrifying and then using electron redox flow by making a forced grounding state for the carbon. I want a carbon capture. And then I yank out carbon by turning it into like close to an ionic, then drop it out to a plasma, as that's a Z current, and then electron repulse, so charge field stuff, electron redox flow, charge field, all that, yeah. But what that means is that as it turns, it then uses pressure and changes, and it's given vibration and alignment and electricity that's pushed through to improve its efficiency of filtering out carbon from oxygen, with a little bit of given work energy that's already performed, but it actually improves it because using that electricity, it actually makes it turn during the process of separation. As it separates and filters, I get more work energy performed from heat turned into electrical potential, turned into field work electrical potential energy. There's still thermal, and so thermal still does work. So now I have a much higher efficiency turbine, which is what I'm really using in the vast majority of any and all of my piston engines that are almost ubiquitously a 2 to 3 or at max 6 cylinder opposed piston. They're never anything other than opposed piston. And I mean that because like opposed piston is because I have the ability to make the heads and the bottoms have pistons go through them and be sealed now, and still cool the piston heads, right? It then means I have a tighter package, and then this turbine type can be used, right? And then that exhaust goes off, I capture carbon, I can reuse carbon, and I can still try and make some amount of H2O work for me, because that's humidity, dry air, so on. So like a lot of it's that heat that gets turned into more work energy, either using electricity or using the very thermal efficiency to do this. Now, opposed pistons are often not something that people usually like, but I tended to just not give a fuck, especially when it's like now I just have air injector or single stroke injector technology, right? So it's like the outsides and inside, so center and then outside are all going to be combustion zones, right? But here's the best part, because I've got the thermal photovoltaic and I also have that ability to use that from the exhaust manifold into the turbine, right? Along with thermal electric and all that. Okay, super cool stuff. Works out. There's still an issue here, all right? Most people don't like my crankshaft. I use a pivoting system that kind of situates itself inside in between, and as a result, that means I now have a fully balanced, because like that's the suspension stuff, but it's also the measurement of where it is with inside of its position inside of each cylinder for the piston head, right? So I know how long and where it's going to slow down and everything else. I also have the ability to use 2 strokes as a 1 longer stroke now from that pivot system, which now then goes to a standard, much more circular crank that doesn't have any changes in its angle, because it's just a gear at that point. It's a gear to a gear. That crank now then is a solid, hollow kind of, well, solid gear, right? But it's hollow, right? Okay, so that kind of thing. Right, it's an axle, but it's hollow, and it has the right gears, and then its gearing ratio as to how I want to have for this given RPM, at this RPM type, to be like an overdrive. So it's like, this is this gear to this given gear, which then goes to this gear. Now, there's a slight amount of parasignal, we all have that. But that's fine, because it's like, this 1 now means I have a 1.5 for the crank, which is great. That means I can run at a lower RPM because I have a higher torque value now. Because I have a longer stroke, like for a shorter stroke length type of thing going on, that means I can improve efficiencies again for my torque values. Same thing for the turbine that will dump into the crank. Once I have a nitrogen filter and then all the rest of the waste generation, and the, of course, nitrogen can be used to help improve pressure and efficiency and cooling potentials, along with a little bit of thermal heat, H2O, dust, a little bit of light, a little bit of, sound, any of that. I then have the ability to make a really hyper compact 3-cylinder on average. I tend to just go with 3 because that's a decent number. And it's crossplane, but then it's like a balanced type of crossplane, because like the outsides are now a part of that. And the way I can run those type of gears as they rotate against a given type of central in between them with the pump and the balancing for shake weight, kind of like inertial dampening suspension, but then the harmonic balancer type, right, for the oil, right, pump, it then means I'm able to rapidly shrink this down, and then I have a just right there wherever I need crank that has the turbine dump right into that, and so I can get it really close to the firewall and deep down, and it can be small and compact. So that means I can reduce massively the amount of weight, cost, and complexity to manufacturing, because a lot of this would just be casting with a little bit of machining and which you already do for its worth, but it's casting with a little bit of pressurization for the thermal photovoltaic and whatnot that would allow for it to adhere. Instead of using glue or something like that, it'd be a mixture of the cast with this in the ballpark area, and then allowing for it to effectively adhere to a given substrate that would then be more of a covalent bond fuse, kind of like that ceramic that I talk about, right? And so that's where it's like, as we press it in, we remove oxygen, we then run a little bit of electricity through it, and that allows for IR heating from those photovoltaics, but also a change to the ionic bond to then have a covalent type bond occur when done appropriately to the cylinders, which means they can be more able to capture more because it's curved with the cylinder wall throughout the entire sleeve, along with the heads, or heads and bottoms, or sides, whatever you want to call them, right? Seals and the sides of the cylinder. There we go. That's good enough. Whatever. You know what I mean? But that also means I have a 90-ish% efficiency. It should be in the 99% range of just thermal efficiency to captured work energy without getting into the humidity, solar, heat from the atmosphere, and any of the rest of it, which means I'll have a greater than 100% efficiency for work energy, but not really for what it's worth. That's not how that works. Okay, that's really not what that is. Just an FYI, that's marketing speak. I'm just trying to train you on what they're going to probably try and say. But I will have a higher efficiency for my solar photovoltaics as a result of doing that. Same thing for my waste heat generator, and same thing for a lot of the rest of it, right? Which means I use very little fuel, and everything is very robust and reliable. Very, very compact, and of course light, which is great. Weight is the literal destruction to efficiency, right? Like, everybody loves more efficient, but it always comes with more weight cost, right? Well, if you design this where it's all together in one, then weight cost is not really there like what you think. Because the exhaust manifold, which is really just a turbine, right, is a part of the engine block. You can't make it without that. So, like, they bolt together, they don't work without one another. Same thing with the crank. That crank is literally a structural part, right? Same thing for the case that you got to have, right? Yeah. So all of that has to, and it's like clamped together, and now it's very compact, very lightweight comparatively to most others. Yeah. It's just most often we lose efficiency thanks to friction, right? Coefficients for the increased complexity that is the piston going through the compression and piston ring, heads, the seals on the sides of the engine block, and then on top of it, I have two pistons heads inside of the cylinder, and they're generally speaking hotter, right? Well, for the given loss of efficiency, for the given amount of friction, even though I'm using materials that help improve that given loss, but also cool them and lubricate them still. So it's like, it's the best I could do, like anyone else, but now it's more balanced. Now I have a higher degree of efficiency for the burn and pressure, break mean effective pressure and capture, and then for that, for electrical potential, there's still conversion losses there, but then because it's conversion losses at the site of doing the conversion, right, to the given crank, it then turns into, well, yeah, no, I guess I could get less friction loss with a singular, piston inside of that, but it wouldn't be balanced as easily. Well, I'd still be able to balance with my balance technology. So it's like, it's really about that increase of efficiency, right? It's like, it'll weigh less with only 3 pistons, right, in each cylinder instead of 2, right, for a Bose piston. But I also don't get the efficiency of my turbine because I'm burning on the outsides as well. And so I can change pulse rates and nitrogen introduction at the right times. So that way improve given pressure characteristics and also the captured work energy for electrical potentials for electron redox flow type batteries, but then they also produce that electrically repulsing electromagnetic force, but also a Z-pinch when you do it correctly, which is really all about ionic and plasma. As you try and force current through, because it's already very close to it, and then there's one area that is not, obviously, and you're capturing some of that already for the solar photovoltaics, the thermoelectric and piezoelectrics, right? Now, I normally wouldn't want that, is what people would say, except what am I going to use it for anyways? The electric motor, right? So if I'm going to do that anyways, I might as well make the turbine my electric motor and add directly to my crank. So I now have less conversion loss to the given engine I'm running, which is good. Okay, it's a really good way of getting around a lot of the issues, but comparable for this size of engine and type would be around a 2-liter weight class engine block inline 4. So now it's a not even a 1 liter. It's a 777cc because I like that 777, you know. That's really all it is. I'm not even kidding. But because bore and stroke is calculated only like that for literage. But because I have 2 extra combustion zones, that means I actually effectively have, and now it all depends on how large those connecting rods and those arms are and the piston heads are, which means I can only get most likely about 0.8. So let's say we did 0.8, right? That means if it's whatever, we'll just do the 1 liter because it's easy and quick, right? If it was 1 liter, it's just not. But if it was 1 liter, that means I have 0.8 times 2, which is 1.6. 1.6 then is spread out over, well, it's not because, of course, it's divided by 3. But you get the picture. It means I effectively have that 1.6 added into the 1 liter, which means I really have a 2.6 liter. But if it's 777, which this will be the little nice calculator use here, so 777 times 0.8, which this will be plus, or then I'll just times 2, and then that gets added to 777, which acts like a 2 liter now. If I did that correctly, which it looks like I did, right, because it's 0.8 times 2 for each side, right, and then I have to add that. So this is acting much more like a 2 liter, or 2020.2, which is apparently what it is. So 2.020.2, so 2020 cc.2. Anyways, point is, that is not how it works, of course, for how they actually measure that, of course, but it doesn't really matter to me because it effectively acts like that. You know what I mean? Like, if it was that cylinder in the center and then outwards, that's what I would get, right? But now the outsides are both going off towards the center too. Right? That kind of thing. They're combustion zones, which I just need to let people know because they might not understand why I have sealed sides with the piston rod going through. Like, effectively, it improves a given amount of efficiency for the thermal photovoltaics because they're going to be hotter on average, and they need to be in a certain operating room temperature for increased efficiency and actual capture of energy. Same thing with the thermal electric generating material, which you can make your engine out of as a composite. Same thing for the piezoelectrics, that would be wonderfully added as that's heating and cooling in the right areas with little fins, but also nice little mechanical stress and strain as it moves, right? Then all you have to do is hollow it and then use the rotating valve type thing that I talked about, and then that cools the piston heads, which is good. That's also piezoelectrics inside of there because they can still have a contact type that allows for electricity to be generated. Same thing with the thermal photovoltaic because they're usually like in little tiny square cells, which means on one side I can have it get heat, and the other side I can have it get cooled. And thermoelectric generating materials too. All of which is to say, if you thought I didn't get, especially with the piezoelectrics and bearings, connecting rods, wrist pins, all of that, which I can actually do, it just depends on where. I can get very close to that 99. In fact, I can absolutely get that 99%, especially from the housing, the engine block, and the waste heat generator, and the vacuum lines I use, vacuum insulated that is, which are on the outside too, but for piezoelectrics, but that's to improve efficiency for the heat transfer to the waste heat generator radiator, right? Same thing for the exhaust after the turbine, right? For the super turbo, yeah, and same thing for the compressor and the nitrogen filter. Piezoelectrics are effectively everywhere. If I'm going to exchange heat, I might as well get electricity for it. You know what I mean? So that also means that my exhaust tube, effectively, manifold is, well, you know, it's really more part of the engine block. But anyways, point is, that's like another type of radiator design. So it's like, it's going to be flat, but then it needs to have like enough of a heat rate exchange for the air around. That allows for, depending on how hot we're talking about and what the RPM is, I can get it closer to that turbine, right? and then use that as a thermoelectric thermal photovoltaic, depending on how hot that is. Yeah, but most likely I've just used thermoelectric if I can get it to be at that heat, which I don't know if I really ever want it to be at that heat. So most likely it's going to be piezoelectrics, which is fine because that's a Starling and diaphragm and movement, and that helps anyways because that's a type of resonator. Okay, so like that resonator for that Starling then means it reduces acoustic sound that I don't want effectively. So like that given heat and pressure then gets used as an increase of electric energy capture. As it's moving though, also I gain even more, right? Same thing for, well, there's a higher degree likelihood as I've captured to the ground effect of a carbon catch can, a change in with the increased H2O and so on for humidity and heat and pressure, extra electricity I can capture. It turns very quickly into I have a much higher percentage of efficiency. But that's not how you calculate that. Like literally, that's marketing speak. I hate that speak. So really, it's all very high efficiency, but it actually generates more than enough to run a very decently large size vehicle for very low fuel with very high power and torque and efficiency that as I continue going down the road, I'm able to sustain and even put back some of that energy into my batteries, okay? Which is what we've all been dreaming for. You know, like that's the big gonna sell, right? Like I can finally put electricity back into my batteries and I can use that and I can even generate more fuel and more directly to my batteries. See, exothermic batteries, as I like to call them, because they're chemical batteries, are better because we don't take that heat into consideration for capture of energy, right? For work energy. That means we often lose a lot of efficiency for our engines. Internal combustion engines are great for that. Electric motors are not. This combines the best I can of both worlds, right? And so that was the sell for me. It's like, okay, you have a piston engine, you also have like it's effectively a rocket engine type for the injectors, but then it's a jet engine type for the intake, and then it's a also for the exhaust, right? And the workload, I suppose. Yep. But then it's also an electric motor combined and a energy recovery system everywhere. And then a work energy recovery system. So that energy recovery system literally makes more work energy thanks to the exothermic and a chemical advantageous work being done, performed. That's the nitrogen, that's the oxygen, ozone, that's the, that carbon capture. Now, that means I also capture carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide into a carbon can. I still have some that comes out. It's not perfect, but it's a massively reduced amount of carbon dioxide. And there should be no carbon monoxide for what's worth, but yeah, you never know. Especially when it's like, well, I'll capture some of that oxygen off. And it's like, the answer should be no. Like, for what it's worth, it should be no. Okay, because if you take it from a ionic to a plasma-like state undergoing a rapid decompression, then along with the electric charge potential that's there and an electromagnetic alignment with the IR, effectively it's a resonance frequency thing, so it's like light that interferes correctly, it then rips off oxygen much more reliably during the movement of its energy. That produces electricity often, but that electricity is now being used to actually make it move, which then gets captured for work energy anyways, but that means I have to grab that carbon, and that's where the nitrogen helps come in. And so like that's like, oh, I have a ground state, and then, oh yeah, no, okay, and then there's separation as it exchanges, and then that helps with cooling potentials. Yep, it's a like Jules Thomson phase change pulse tube cooler. because it's using acoustic resonance pulses with the right electricity going through, which I'm already going to be using anyways in an electric motor. But then it's like, well, but once it gets hot enough and then the engine's performing at its optimal thermal efficiency, it then will run that itself, and then I capture a large amount of that carbon. There could be a very small amount of carbon monoxide. It'd be pretty small considering there'd be extra oxygen around, and so then it would then try and combine with the carbon, and so it should be carbon dioxide. That's really the only thing released, and it'd be in very low percentages, as in like less than 1% actual release. But then you also happen to have that tend to combine with the nitrogen in H2O, and then it likes to do with a little bit of electricity and light a sudden split, because it becomes a little bit ionically charged within the ground, and other electricity in the air is typically there, and then it goes up into an upper atmosphere, and then it tends to split. So the carbon, it tends to break off faster, but that's only because I'm forcing it to effectively be in a small, slight ionic bond state temporarily, and then it changes its positioning and its bond style for the carbon dioxide. Which means it effectively filters itself out of the atmosphere by cloud seeding. Yeah, it likes to make a bunch of little nano and micro-sized graphite particles that like to cloud seed a lot, which is good. You're going to need that because it means that you get more rain. But you also have a little bit more possibility of acid rain, because nitrogen will... Well, it depends. It really does. Yeah. So it's like nitrogen doesn't really want to act on anything most often, but then we still have other dust, debris, and other more or less just more pollutants. The other pollutants will try and do something more than anything. So, but they'll usually split if there's any lightning or any like high enough charge difference, which effectively means that it will yank off nitric oxides and produce more ozone, which is good. It's just that they're also around in our lower atmosphere instead of our upper atmosphere. They'll eventually get there, but, it's usually not that bad for what it's worth, which is great. But that also means it's like, well, here's the kicker, that little 3-cylinder and everything, which is more like a 2-liter, and then the turbine and everything. Right. And it's comparable in weight to a regular 2-liter is what you said. Yep. Yeah. That's the big... nice one, you know what I mean? But it happens to produce over 1,000 horsepower, which you don't need. So, but if you do, have fun. I'm not gonna give it to you at 1,000. It wouldn't be very hard to get there, though. But like, that's how I would sell it. It'd be like, that's just and then done, and then that would be, while it seems at first fairly expensive, it'd be like a probably 10 maybe to 50K depending on more or less manufacturing and material use. Yeah, so it's like 10 to 15K for an engine, but then that's only because currently right now a lot of that's pretty expensive and I have to buy in bulk. So like, that'd be how I'd do it. I'd have to buy a bunch of things in bulk and then manufacture it like that. Yeah. But that also means I could immediately turn a bunch of older vehicles into something I could use pretty quickly, because this would be an upgrade path. Let's put it this way. I'd buy a bunch of junkyard vehicles, and then I'd have, because I would have to buy this stuff in bulk and I have to manufacture it, it means that I'd be turning waste into, with a metal 3D printer, and a bunch of like little, rollers and flatteners and whatnot as a automatic manufacturing, because that would be the right call really if I wanted to make money, as a way to build immediate like repairs essentially. So it's like get rid of a lot of the rust, immediately put on a panel, put a couple of tubes in the right places, bolt, weld, put in the type of vacuum and air pressure suspension with a like hydraulic fluid for the shocks and spring, then it's like, okay, so I have a bunch of old tires because I have to heat this up and I need to cool it off. Then that's vulcanization process. So you already got me known because that's a heat exchange process. So it's like, well, I'm going to then heat exchange it to a tire process that would then allow for me to, with old tires and new tires and any rolled up rubber bits on the road, as a way to then force a really cheap manufacturer of good usable tires with rims that I just need to effectively 3D print a few repairs slash, press them in a mold while I do that after effectively. So it's like it would be in a mold and then it would be 3D printed first, and during that would heat it up anyways, as I would just basically do that to repair it. And then using that, I would then be able to squeeze and pressure it into the right shape, which is kind of like a form forge, I suppose. But that means I could use aluminum and steel composite, or just aluminum, or just steel, depending on what it ultimately would be, right? And then it's like, that immediately means I have the ability to alter large amounts of the current vehicles. So it's like, that's something I have to do in order to be able to resell them, instead of like it's a custom or it's a restoration. So I'd have to take a lot of that, and then I'd be ripping the type of glass and other, door panels, stuff like that. That basically means it's like, this is actually sort of dangerous right now. But if I were to shape it like this, and I give them these types of door, or this type of A-pillar, or this type of window that's much better, more safe, and like you can actually see out the top, and you can see out the front a lot better, a lot of stuff like that, then I can really rapidly push out already more or less put in energy designs. So it's like, think about it this way. I don't want to have to make more energy and grab more resources from other people. Instead, this would be a way to immediately improve the efficiency of my given any type of design manufacturer. Right, so it's like, sure, I have to get some molding, sure, I have to get some type of forming, sure, I have to get like the right type of automated, robotic process for some of it. But it's like, well, that's, investment initial, and then it turns into, right, so why don't you ever seem to have your own bespoke type of car? And it's like, yeah, no, well, I figured there's more than enough out there that are getting scrapped all the time, so yeah, I just figured I'd make it a lot less energy intense and, really realistically be more efficient and better for the environment overall. Especially since I have to sell it to you at a price that's a little steeper than you probably would have thought, mostly just because it's like, well, I have an engine here, I have to get the ECU going, I have to get a bunch of things kind of actually working with that. But, that's not that hard, it's not that bad, it's just upfront cost, and then eventually it's like programming, and eventually then it's like, just knock them out, just grab them, knock them out, grab them, knock them out, grab them, knock them out, grab them, knock them out. Especially when it's like, most of it, I would probably start just immediately upgrading engines. So it's like I would refurbish and change and redesign some of the car, and then I'd just upgrade the engine type. So I'd start using my single stroke, and then have the turbine type, or I'd start a lot of that kind of process to more or less just no longer really have that type of lack of efficiency. This would be my type of carbon economy fixed style that I was talking about, except now it's a lot different in that sense. Yeah, just because it's like, well, the heads I can easily change, because effectively that's all that would really kind of be. It's like a single stroke, and then it's just an exhaust, and now it's a poppet valve. Why would I need a poppet valve? And then here's the gear, and then like the camshaft would already be there, right? And so like that's all that would be for in terms of necessity, right? So then it's like timing and ECU, and then it's programmed, good to go, and then it's cylinder into turbine, which is energy recovery system. Then dump any amount of lithium, sodium, ion type batteries, so ionic type batteries, into seats, console, and other stuff like that that's inside, that's protected, right little tube, hidden tube frame stuff, some changes and body panel changes, and then I can make a good decent amount of money doing that. Like actually a really high degree of money doing that. like this is all something I wanted to do. I'm going to put this on my YouTube, which is Xenon Reality, but this is my idea. I had it back all the way in when I lived with my parents in Chandler, but of course I was then homeless, and I really tried really hard to try and make a job work, but I can't make a job work. I can't work. I can come up with a great business idea. Absolutely, get the right people set up. I can make millions, if not billions, and truthfully still become a really good player in that kind of field, and get subsidies from the government more than anything to just upgrade a bunch of people's cars so that way they're more efficient and better for our environment, right? Which would be great. Literally, we need that. It's like they're still on the road and they're still fucking like not hybridized and all that. So it's like this would be a really good way of retrofitting and upgrading, upcycling a large amount of our current American vehicles. The problem is that the car, selling world, manufacturers that is, rely on you to buy new fucking cars and trucks. And this would put a super huge dent into their economy. It's like genuinely I was able to really produce a lot of this, and it'd be a mandated thing, like think cash for clunkers back in the day. If America did this, it would hit their ass hard. But at the same time, they'd get more efficiency, better power, and less fuel use as a result for the same power, which is good, which we need, which means our fuel demand goes dramatically down. Our outright amount of carbon put into our atmosphere can be sunk because we have carbon capture cans, right? Which means we can drill down with a basic oil drilling rig and just dump them down because they're fairly small. Or we can always use them for any graphite or graphene or whatever type of thing that you want to do with carbon, like a diamond-like carbon or any of that sort of stuff. But that means we now put a cap on our carbon economy. If you don't know what capping our carbon economy means, it means the whole entire America's car fleet, if I could get all of them, would no longer be a part of the percentage of carbon we put into our atmosphere. I can even put this technology into any given type of boat engine, and in fact, it's not insanely impossible to do it with a type of turboprop design for our regular commercial airliners that could very, very readily now be able to use hydrogen in a much more efficient way, especially with making solar panels a part of the wings and fuselage top, which means electricity, hybridized turboprop designs that use hydrogen are far more viable. They can go to a higher atmosphere because, of course, there's enough of a speed that I can get with the super turbo Lemke cycle here that I've got for the efficiency I have. Normally, turbines, jet engines are 40% efficient. Well, imagine if you had 90% efficiency. That's what this would be. Now, granted, that means we need a lot more nitrogen filters, but that's okay because we can make more. Okay, like we can do that. That just means it's a repair type thing, right? Especially when I can use a Bell-in style for my turboprop designs that happens to help, like with the carbon capture. Carbon gets captured off into a different type of gas composite. Effectively, it gets turned into with water that we have to capture anyways. A lot of people don't usually know this. At lower altitudes, there's a decent amount of water, and if you ever go through any clouds, there's a decent amount of water. But like you can always store a little bit on, and shocker, urination in fecal matter is something that you can use for that very thing, which boils off your H2O at a higher atmospheric, because it's so low pressure and you're traveling so fast. When you happen to have the need heat and all this, that's piezoelectrics, heat exchange, Stirling stuff. That means you could then dump in that water to where the carbon is trying to be pushed along with the nitrogen, which then immediately causes it to effectively get captured, and it's mostly O2, N2s, and H2Os that are coming out. There's still a little bit of carbon dioxide, but you can always just use pure hydrogen, right? So it's really up to you what you want to do, but what that means is now I'm able to improve efficiency, especially when I place in a rigid airship style design that happens to use lower weight using vacuums. So commercial airliners would then be able to use a more of a expansionary vacuum movement setup, which means it effectively makes the fuselage grow a little bit, kind of, not really where you're at, but the outside and the wing structure, making it so that way you can have a larger delta. Now, sure, okay, so at first it doesn't seem like it's a big deal, but when it dramatically reduces your weight and improves your aerodynamic efficiency, and now you have hydrogen that's being able to be stored and used as a beneficial fuel with this type of technology, it means you don't need to worry about the type of buoyancy problem that we see at airports, right? Because, like, that's fine, it's something that you're going to land with anyways. Instead, you'll wait until you're fully taken off to really have maximum buoyancy, and then you can land as normal. Now, that's lengthening the fuselage and widening the fuselage and the wings. As it does this, it gains vacuums, but it also gets stiffer as a result of that. It's all about how we layer and slide the structure inside, which means it's denser at first, but then it gets a lot less dense. That's all it is. But that improves efficiency massively, because it at altitude that it's supposed to be at would be buoyant enough to no longer really warrant anything other than gliding. Then it's props that could really use just the electricity, but of course a little hydrogen isn't going to make it impossible, right, to use. So that's where I use that at, because that means I now have a very high altitude sort of setup that tends to go into the supersonic ranges, because it can be shaped properly to do that. That's more of an aerodynamically kind of almost like an aero delta shape, like an arrowhead delta shape that allows for a higher degree of efficiency, but higher degrees of buoyancy too, and more lifting body characteristics as a result, which means I can go faster, and it means I now have the ability to use a little bit of that hydrogen to, with the props, expand a little bit more air as I'm pushing through and get better thrust characteristics out of the bell end type, especially lessening the weight based upon water being added in if you want to. It really depends on what you're looking to try and do. Okay, so like that front end, as it becomes more of a ram air capture for a scram style, where then the wings then have like pushing it towards the rear, okay, of the fuselage, a massive sort of style of expansionary capture. So like the rear were the aileron wings, and then the rear of the fuselage become kind of more of a bell end capture that allows for you to move with the wing tips being circular. And so that allows for you to then be able to dynamically use that to get you into very, very high altitudes at very high speeds, that theoretically could get you out of the atmosphere, but it's really just for more high efficiencies. As once you get up to that right speed, then it's all about buoyancy and then increasing the lengthening of your wings and increasing the amount of lift types that you get as you go lower altitude. So that way you can glide to the spot and simply don't even have to have your engines being used. You'll slowly slow down, and then you can more quickly slow down as you get into a lower atmosphere and land just fine, which improves efficiency for airliners massively. Okay? Essentially means I use almost no fuel to get halfway around the world, and it's all hydrogen, and I don't even need the something else effectively, you know what I mean? Like, I really don't. Like, yep, no, now I have the ability to go to, let's say it was what's the furthest point away from let's say New York City, wherever that is, I can get to that, on almost no fuel, which is good. That's the only kind of thing that it's for, but it also means cargo planes, airship types, are way more viable. Then it also turns into like, well, I now have the ability to use airships that happen to have hanging down kind of like air style trains that can use a type of situation like this, where I can anchor them to certain poles on the ground, kind of like cell towers. We need them anyways, which then means I'm able to lock them in, use the consistent higher altitude wind, which is the slipstream, and then thermal effects along with solar panels, and the fact that I can run fiber optics through this to run air trains that are buoyant, in the sense that they are effectively airships that are rigid and carry passengers and cargo around. I don't need to worry about the ocean anymore, or very much of the type of air currents, which is good, because I can now haul much larger amounts of cargo. They're just also bigger, longer types of trains that are probably closer to like a big, carousel, as they just go around and around and around and around and around. But then that's all year round. I can always deliver any kind of goods and people, right? As they can pretty much constantly do that. And then it's also just allowing for the airship that you can board to get off of it as per normal, right? Or which means it'll go up to where it is, and then it'll ride along, and then you board that one, which people have done before. It's not impossible. Or you can just jump off into like another little station and then allow for that to be what you do in terms of where you get off. Same thing for your cargo boxes, which means you could just drop them and they can slide, or they can just be kind of like, drop down and allowed to then be quickly placed onto any given shipping port. It's the way I decided to do that for a long time, for what it was worth. And a lot of my, changing of the world designs to run off of like Star Trek renewable and recyclable resources. It's like they would only ever need to have enough solar panels to run themselves, and that's pretty achievable, considering how long and large you'd be able to make it, and even be able to run constant air through it as a bunch of different windmills. And then there's still the other elephant in the room of, well, there's humidity there and there's not humidity there, there's a vacuum here and Stirling and heat and pressure, and presto changeo, right? More electricity produced. Very effective capture, and eventually you'd be able to get to the point where it's like, well, I can dump more water here, or I can push a little bit more air there, and I control a little bit of weather. Not much, but a little bit. That can hopefully lessen, especially with the, you know, global warming we're having, some of the effects of those problems of global warming. Which is good, because we do have that problem. But that also means everybody has internet access from fucking fiber optics everywhere, you know? So that helps. Most people like that. Everyone like that. This is always going to be fine. Peace out, bitch. You know? But that was kind of like in every way, my real, genuine, honest business plan. It's mine, John Tyler Limke. I'm seeing a reality here on YouTube, but, you know, don't steal it. I know where you got it from, if anybody else knows. But it's like, oh, so you're a person that is trying to get on Social Security income, and you have disabilities, obviously. I should be allowed to steal from you and take all of your ability to possibly support yourself and get further ahead in life. No. No, you should not. So, that's what that is. But yeah, what it means is it's shipping cargo ships are obsolete. So is most airliners, so are most car manufacturers currently. In fact, I even have ways of producing from our fecal matter and plastic waste and a lot of organic waste and even synthetic waste a lot more hydrocarbons and hydrogen and nitromethanes and propanes, kerosenes, diesels, and more. In fact, that's been known about for a while, but it's an organic style pyrolysis reaction. Instead of capturing from our air, we don't need to do that. We have a bunch of boatloads of carbon and nitrogen here already that we're trying to sequester and use as sewage treatment somehow, some way. And in reality, it's like we could just stop all oil being taken from the ground and just do this. Especially with we have humidity here, we have light there, we have pressure there, we don't have pressure there. And it's like, this is hot, it's, biomass. And so eventually, like, with the right types of bacteria, the right types of algae, the right types of fungus, the right type of mold, and the right kind of pressure and heat and concentration, with the right type of distilling, and also heat and pressure and the pyrolysis and introduction of the right plastics and catalysts and enzymes, we have the ability to make a large amount of hydrocarbons and filter out the vast majority of the water as pretty much pure H2O, especially with that given heat, as we have to distill it and the pressure and all that. That's a water tower, water battery, and as we have to cool it, that's a waste heat generator. And then there's the IR and all of the stuff that I've already talked about in my water filtration video. I get more energy from a given area, like a city or a town, than they would probably know what to do with. Not to mention I'm cooling it pretty rapidly at that point and turning that cooling effect into, you guessed it, energy. That's a good thing. We need that. Which means I don't really ever need to make any oil or any new diesel, which is fine. I'm fine with that, especially with the amount of electricity I'm going to be able to produce as well from stuff like that. And then now I also have, what is this, airship, solar panel fields and windmill fields and cargo airship train things that produce way more than any nuclear power facility could have, considering how many of them I could put around the entire world and connect them with high voltage DC, high voltage AC, medium, high voltage, and low voltage transformers, power stations, and more for the connecting areas that they have to be anchored to anyways. Along with, guess what? I've got fucking fiber optic internet everywhere. So essentially, it's like you're able to get all the things you need and want by just doing renewables and recyclables
properly, you utter fucking retard idiots. Why aren't you doing that? You could not have global warming finally. Why don't you do that? Why don't you do this? Stupid. That's what you are. That's what it is. It's stupid. That's the whole thing. It's like, how to use a nitrogen filter. Engine. It's like, why don't you just do the right thing finally? Why? Why do you make things inefficient? Why? Why don't you make, like, electric motors better? Why not? Yeah. Why aren't you making your piston engines better? I don't know. Why don't you just upgrade all your vehicles so you don't have to constantly make new ones? Because that's how our economy works. So capitalism is what's killing the entire world. No, I didn't. That's what I heard. Because that's literally what that is. I need my economy of capitalism to work and function. So I will destroy the entire world to make sure it works still. Because that's literally what you're saying. That is literally what you are saying. You're a Republican, you're a Democrat, doesn't matter what you believe in. That's what you're saying if you think capitalism works. So, there you go. This is ubiquitous free energy, solar, so sewage, not solar, water, which improves the ability for us to get other things much cheaper. All of a sudden, farming is cheaper because we have more fertilizer because of the way we treat our sewage. We take out hydrocarbons. We also take out a decent amount of the yucky bad things called all these salts and all these oils and all these hydrocarbons and all these other bad things. But you know what we do get? At the end of it, something pretty dry that we can pretty easily separate with a little bit of that water, a little bit of electricity, a little bit of pressure, a little bit of blah, blah, blah. And eventually you get to this thing called, I got all the salt out. I have a compost fertilizer with high nitrogen, carbon, and all the nutrients and minerals that we're looking for, because we're going to need that. And then any remainder carbon or any of that, we can always take that out, just depends. But really, realistically, it's like, so what is this salt doing? I'm glad you asked. I have sodium-ion flat pack batteries, even lithium, and we can always mine other minerals that are more rare. If you didn't know, America has a large amount of gold in our tooth filings and fillings. We also have the ability to treat forever chemicals and other pollutants and medicines that we have a hard time breaking down in our water as we filter it. Same thing with weird-ass DNA and all the rest of that. Because it's so pressurized and it's so hot, it undergoes a chemical reaction that breaks it down. As it decomposes directly to hydrogen and oxygen, eventually, it recombines as pure H2 fucking O. Then I only need to add in the right mineralization. So no more fluoride in our water. No more forever chemicals, no more DNA, no more any of it. The conspiracy people, whatever else that might actually be out there, I don't really care. For me, it's just really good mineral water, which is exactly what I'm looking for. You know, that's free of any bacteria or much of any sodium or any of that. But that also means I have a bunch of batteries that I can now give you and make easily. And here's a bunch of fertilizer. Did you also go with the government because you are not able to afford your farm like you would like? Yeah. Here's a bunch of fertilizer for that. That's right, you just get brand new fucking fertilizer all the damn time. Every fucking day, all quarter long, any fucking time we can just dump fertilizer into your fucking farms. Here's some fertilizer. Here you go. Thanks, I guess. You want that. That's going to make better crops. What is your problem over there? You got something for free that people would pay out the ass for. Are you serious? Fucking jerks over here. I'm fucking solving all your issues. And they don't want fertilizer. It's fecal matter. Oh, but cow patty, chicken shit, and more fertilizer is just fine. Not your composted human stuff that's been broken down into literal elemental and chemical components. No, I wouldn't want that. I want that really bad bacteria, fungus, mold-ridden stuff that's probably going to hurt me. Maybe. We don't know. But the point is, it's like, what are you talking about? Come on. Yeah. It's like, oh, we needed a new sewage treatment. Yeah, because... Yeah, no, okay, you're right. No. I'm hearing someone fucking think about it. But it's like, we could put in the forest stuff. We need to reduce forest fires. And it's like, right, I talked about that in there. But effectively, it's like, yeah, no, so any grass clippings, any of that, we can then put it in there, and that creates ethanol or whatever else. From that. And so instead of burning it from your burn barrels, if you give it to us, the government will then use it to help create fuel for use, either hydrogen, nitrogen, or nitromethanes, diesels, any of it, you know what I mean? Because it's like, here, I have an upgrade kit for you. It now means that you are hyper efficient and can burn practically any goddamn fuel. Oh, I would like that. Yeah, I bet you do. It's like, honestly, here you go. Have fun. Bye. You also get a fuel surplus for any amount of this that we can't really get rid of as we continue to increase our fuel surplus and our reservoirs that we tried to sell during bad times recently, I think last year and this year. Good old government. Standard stuff, really. They say we'll never do it, and then they do it. And it's like, what do you know? Shocker. I don't know. It's just like, what's over there, Germany and Sweden and UK and all the rest of it? You want some fucking renewables? You want some sewage treatment? You want some recycling? I'll make it so you have all the heat you ever wanted and then some. I'll make you so toasty warm, I'll give you all the goddamn electricity and fuel you're ever gonna need. Fuck Russia, bitch. Fuck the Middle East, bitch. I don't give a fuck. I'll give it all to you. You think you want to mine coal from that fucking town Greta Thunberg was dealing? Nice protest along with all the Stop Oil Now, Stop New Oil, that kind of stuff. It's like, well, this is literally the solution to all the stopping the new oil. It's like, here's the solution. If you're going to protest Stop New Oil, it's like, here's a solution. You know what I mean? No offense to any of you, but like, I like your stuff, but you need a solution because people, we have raised awareness. It's like No Shave November. Like, testicle cancer still happens, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. They get more money for that? Sometimes, it's, it's not really that big of a deal. I don't think people really do. Okay, so then, that's a problem. But you know what we could do? Here's a bunch of push these solutions. And then, here, you guys are stupid to do anything other than this. Why are you being stupid? How come you don't just join the super cool side that makes it so everything's better and everybody has everything they want and they're always rich and happy all the time? You can buy food now. It doesn't cost as much because you don't have to spend as much money to get it to where it's going. You now have better food that's highly nutritious. And it's more often than not able to be supplied with, you guessed it, rainwater. Because I can collect that shit in my fucking ships and then dump it on your damn asses for consistent rainfall. There you go. Suck it up, drought. I own your ass. Deal with it. Here's some now wonderful crops. Look how much crop we have. Cropping, all the crops. There's a lot of crops there. Look at all the crops I've got. Can't even hold this many crops. Diverse crops. I got this crop, I got that crop. They're all growing together as multiple crops together. Really making and providing a lot more land use, and really that's a good thing, except for the fucking government making it so we can't do that.
And they prefer that because then they can make more fucking goddamn money, except not really because of the monocultural problem, war issue, when it comes down to genetically modified crops and all the rest of the crap for ethanol production and so on. Oh wait, I don't need that ethanol production? I guess I can just make more fucking food. Fucking great! So you're wrong again. Renewable and recyclable resources are the way of the future and will absolutely make it so all of it's sustainable. Let me just go over here. I have hydroponic and aeroponics in my airships. Just enjoying themselves and like fucking, what is that? Making more food and crops as I absorb a lot more fucking, what is this? Fucking carbon from the air? Oh my god. Look how much goddamn crop I've got. Look at all the cropsing that are just cropping around. They'll drip down onto the fucking crops below. What do you know? Trickle down economics does work for that stuff. It's an honest living, but someone's got to do it. Look at you being less able to do the efficiency that you really should be doing, idiots. Fucking retardos. Guys suck. Like, honestly, like every time I think about this, I'm like, I solved this issue long ago. Why don't you do this? I did this like back in 2015, 2016, 2017, like back then when I was living with my parents in Chandler. This is literally basically the same thing. I just finally recorded it and I put it on YouTube. And I bet you no one's ever going to watch this because it's like almost fucking 4 hours now. But if they got this far, it's like, what do you know? You have the entire fucking way of solving basically all of your climate crisis. And it's done. That fast. All it would take is a little bit of investment. Shocking. And even more shocking, I can make trillions doing that around the world as a global conglomerate type of thing. Just gotta get the right laws and regulations in all the right places. And what do you know? If you have any vehicle, it must be upgraded to be more efficient, more powerful, and definitely sound way better. Woohoo! Meanwhile, it's like, really? You're more powerful and more efficient. Yeah, but that's basically just being better at making that thing than you. I hate you. Yeah, I don't give a fuck what the fuck you hate. I've seen what you fucking like. It's garbage. You know what you like? Destroying all things, you fucking retard, massive cunt. All for profit-seeking short-term gains that you don't even give a shit if later you'll have to deal with it. Meanwhile, me, I'm a trillionaire! As I'm being altruistic as fuck. Look at me solve all the issues in the world. Making tons of money all the time. Look at all you fucking losers thinking this would work. Your shit that isn't mine. You suck and I'm great and you're not. Suck it. What do you know? You know what I mean? But this is what I have to do, to just sit around and fucking think about stuff like this. But it's just like, man, I'm fucking focused. I'm fixated on this fucking damn nitrogen filter for my fucking engine. Like, would it really work? Oh, you know, it does. Yeah, no. What do you know? Everything about it is actually passing all sanity checks. So, effectively, you're wrong and I'm right, and suck it up. His sanity checks. All current known every bit of physics about engines. Makes it such that you're wrong. Deal with it. That's right. You're wrong. Fucking deal with it, douchefuck. And I'm right. You're incorrect in all of your assumptions, and I'm not. That's the worst part about this. Like, no. Let's remove basically most, if not all, of the carbon that comes out of your engine and make it produce during that work energy instead of losing energy. Like, sure, I have to put some of the energy in, but that means I also get more energy out because of the exothermic reactivity and the electrical potentials that I can gain from that. That's an amplificatory process, effectively. Which essentially means, like, why the fuck do you do things this way? It's like, it's a $10,000 to $50,000 engine. It really does depend on, like how fast I could start scaling up. Like, if I was given, like, a genuinely decent amount of money, develop it and everything, which would be about 10, maybe $100 million here, with the right people, it would take about 5, maybe 10 years of development. And then it would be immediately a bunch of cars and everything that has this engine that would be sold, right? Then I'd be selling the engine at a technicality-wise loss. Except for, here's the thing, I'd be in bed with the supplier, right? Which means I'm like one of the greatest, biggest customers that they have. Which means I could start eventually, if I can keep it going, getting a decent enough deal for a contract of them stating, we'll make this for you at this price because you paid us this and we have it locked down for this amount of time, right? As most people tend to do that, right? Then it turns into, I will take you in and we will research and develop and then have you manufacture exclusively. That's ours now. Yours is ours. You are us. You see what I mean? Same thing with the thermoelectric generating materials and piezoelectrics. Because why the fuck wouldn't I do that? Same thing for like how I would manufacture my engine blocks and injectors and all the rest of that. Same thing with the other engine, which is really more or less just a turbine, electric motor combo, fuel cell thing. Right? And it's like Z-pinch means a lot more amps. I don't need a lot of volts, though. But I would have a lot of volts that I could convert utilizing this. Because different gases and all that effectively become their own type of capacitor, resistor, circuit design, rectifier, transformer, and more. At different pressures and different types of materials around as they change pressures and all the rest as it works. And different thermal efficiencies get achieved at different thermals to begin with. So effectively it's just like anything else, it's a programming. It's at this heat, so now it's going to do this. It's at that fucking spin rate, now it's going to do that. It's at this RPM, blah, 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 and so now it does that. Simple stuff. Super easy. For me, that's how it is. It's like, for someone else, it's not easy. For me, it's super easy. That's the big problem. It's like, I'm going to shit on a bunch of people that are genuinely idiots that should shut the fuck up and let smart people do the fucking goddamn talking and fix the world for you. And that's basically where that would end, for what it's worth. Because it's like, you don't know what you're talking about. I do, but you don't. Now, that's 4 specific things, except you'd be surprised how much those specific things I talk about on my YouTube channel are all of those things. Even though it seems like I shouldn't. There's nothing stating I can't fucking learn. You ever think about that? Like, really honestly. Like, no, it's impossible because it would be so insanely incredible and genius and all this stuff. That means there's no way you could possibly know all of these things. What? So he's smarter than you. And more knowledgeable and creative. But that means he can't be that. Because comparing, contrasting you versus him now means that it's impossible?
What I just heard you say is cognitively dissonating your lack of intelligence and compare and contrast black and white thinking to a given viewpoint of others where you feel as though you're better than someone else. I did a lot of work to get this fucking smart. Yeah, okay, so that doesn't mean I didn't do work. Okay, sure. Let me guess, you were usually the smart one until you found someone like me that would irk you and make you feel jealous. Is that what that is? Is that the problem? So I feel like that's the issue now. Like you have an ego issue of internal inferiority complex and being better than others. For the given, I'm done with this conversation, I've done all of this work, I have the certification, gatekeeping, and I don't need to listen to all of this stuff that he says he knows because it couldn't possibly be, and him saying that his sanity checks were passed is not in any way possible because even though he just did all of that walkthrough work with us very rapidly, and it all is factually indicative of it being the case that is indeed how that would work, with all of our current known physics and engineering that happens to do exactly what that is. It now means that because my fifis be herdified, I gotta be like, brr, no, and you're stupid, and nah. That's what I heard. That's literally what I heard. I heard a bunch of stupid people try and coddle their fucking egos. That's what I heard. You know about electron redox flows and other types of current, like ionic current type flow and work energy type, Z-pinch current type, and more types of attractive repulsive forces, correct? Yeah. So then you knew that my fucking fuel cell type of turbine that is also an electric motor that can also use that given heat and pressure and Z-pinch, as it will obviously create a type of electron movement that can be captured with electromagnetic repulse alongside of the light that's there and the pressure difference and all the rest of that. So you know about that with the electric charge difference that's going to end up being there. Means I can more easily rip off carbon, right? But that also means that I can capture that given carbon that's there that has now been exchanged for a given nitrogen that then, because of its heat and pressure, explosively decomposes a nitrogen oxide and dioxide style combo that allows for another type of reduction of carbon alongside of with a H2O and H2O2 combo of a type of reactionary explosive reactant using electricity as a filtration and centrifugal filtration and more with the pressure differentials gapping and electric current, which is already doing work energy to begin with, already hot to begin with, and then of course has to cool. So effectively what I heard was, I didn't know anything about any of the things you just said, but it sounded really smart. Is that a thing that could be done? Yeah. Okay, so you were wrong. And what do you know? This turbine does work. And it wouldn't really take as much time and effort to make it as you fucking think, you idiot, retard, fucking clod. Seeing as how I can be very efficient with my gapping and the amount of surface area I use, that means I don't really need as much in terms of my actual burn rate and actual RPM rate of my piston engine, which improves my efficiency. But it all depends on how many different plates and gappings and more I have for the counter-rotating types of fuel cells turbines that I am using. There is nothing stating I can't use multiples, with multiple types of filter gapping plates from a center out approach back towards center, back towards out, back towards center, back towards out, improving again the amount of capture and torque, work energy produced for the amount of carbon capture and extraction I can increase doing this, along with a pressurized nitrogen that happens to help redirect a given amount of carbon dioxide back towards its center. Because that's a good way to go about that. All I really heard was a bunch of people that don't know anything about what it is I know. That's what I really heard. All I heard was a bunch of people that think that they know better than me, and they don't. All I heard is a bunch of people that think I'm just thinking I'm a genius, but in reality I will probably piss you off because I know I am one. Then, on top of it, all I really also heard was, you really probably don't know how much about physics, mechanical engineering, science, technology, and math I really do know. And you really probably should look at the rest of my YouTube channel before you say, I don't, and maybe I'm a little crazy and schizophrenic with psychosis. Maybe you really don't know why I believe and think the way I do, and instead just try and coddle yourself into thinking things are nice instead of possibly something else. It doesn't mean I don't possibly have that, or a mixture. But it also means I might just be really, really, really right. And you just don't want to believe it. Now, who's the one that can't tell fact from fiction? Especially when I'm like, instead of just believing and trusting me, I'd rather just perform the experiments, make the sensors detectors, and do the science, and publish that shit. But of course I don't have that money. So who's the asshole? Which then turns it into, so, I probably have all the solutions in your entire goddamn planet in one goddamn channel that are readily, very much plannable, able to be executed, and immediately implemented very soon. Which very much turns it into, are you sure they wouldn't put down someone? What I just talked about in this whole video, what's their incentive? To lose all that money, status, power, and control, both in the government and over the people that consume all of their products. Not to mention a bunch of status quo individuals that seem like they're smart, but are very much more often, for me, someone on the camp inside that thinks that they're smart. But they are very knowledgeable in one thing or another, if they are PhD, masters, bachelors, something like this. But it doesn't mean that they're like me. When I can hang with basically most, if not all, sciences, and know a thing or two, to a degree that I can probably talk for hours on end with them, like I'm a PhD, and this most likely is going to shock you. I have done that, and they've asked me when I had my PhD. Like when I got it, what year I graduated. And it's happened multiple times. I was homeless. That bothers me. Not like a fucking joke, like I'm in a homeless shelter or some shit, and so they know. No, like I passed as a normal person that doesn't, because I had taken a shower or a bath. I just wanted to talk about one thing or another. Or when I was still living with my parents. And I went out to go meet people to try and find friends. And then when I got stimulated and I wanted to talk about things I enjoy and was thinking about doing with my life, with my ideas and concepts, turned into these PhD individuals were wondering when I got mine. Again, it bothers me because it's like, yeah, I can't even go to school and learn. I can't even get my ass out of bed sometimes because of the abuse and trauma I've suffered from my own family, not to mention my own mental issues that have led me to be homeless and in mental health hospitals 5 times so far, with 2 times where I was forced to go involuntarily and then court-ordered treatment, which apparently means even with a diagnosis list of mine and the rest of it, because I present like I can do these things, I can't get disability or SSI. And then there's the other problem of, you're a man too. Guess what? You're just literally lazy. Because you're a man. Man the fuck up. That's a real problem I have to deal with. It's not a joke. It's a real problem I have to deal with. But it's like, yeah, no, I could easily make $1 trillion off of that. Here's my cargo shipping. Here's my electricity. Here's my rain. Here's my internet. Here's my... Also, manufacturing of cars, engines, planes. Those are all big businesses. Same thing with fuel in terms of waste and sewage management. They're like, trillions of dollars though? Look at the fucking retard. He opened his mouth. Look at the fuck up. You see this idiot? He thinks he knows things. He thought I was being not sane. I was too grandiose. All of those are multiple $100 billion industries, you fuck up retard. I could easily do trillions. Especially over years. You're a fuck up retard. You should shut the fuck up. You see how idiotic you are, you dumb motherfucker that said that? You think I'm grandiose? I'm being realistic. Well, it's grandiose. From that, I decided to take the entirety of the Earth's core out and use it as a big old battering ram to make a brand new heat battery. With the Earth. Now that would be grandiose, you little fuck up stupid cunt. Look at your fucking retard mind thinking that that's grandiose. This guy just doesn't like being less than. Come on. I have to deal with you fuck-ups all the time that think I'm so fucking less than you that you should be allowed to say what you're saying. What's going to happen when I can actually do that? I can say you are less than I am because you say shit like that and you feel entitled to that kind of dumbass belief that you're allowable to say something like this. Like you're not the one with the massive ego, retard. Which, by the way, I use the word retard, and I always have to state this, seems like, for people with held back and hindered belief systems and views of society and others that allow themselves to discriminate and harm others based upon any kind of qualifier that they choose, outside of them being total fucking fuck-up retard dickwads whose only claim to fame is being an entitled, self-centered, jerk, narcissist, ass fuck gabagoo, manipulative, sociopathic, psychopathic fucking cunt who's only gonna ever ruin everything and abuse and traumatize everyone. You're a retard. Y'all know retards in your life. Don't use it against someone that doesn't have good intelligence. Use it against someone that's using their intelligence to literally be intentionally manipulative and hold back others and harm them. That's what a retard does. They traumatize, abuse, and hold back all of society. They're retarding everyone while being retarded themselves by that system of beliefs and perspectives they have. They're grandiose in their narcissism and psychopathy. They should genuinely be removed from any positions of power, any ability to have children, ever be a parent, ever be anywhere as an influencer or any kind of any sort of anything other than locked away and put away to never be able to harm everyone else. They're predatory little fuck-ups. They're the very definition of the ones that they call pedophiles that you should watch out for. Pedophiles, generally speaking, aren't even anything. That shit is really dangerous. That's apparently what Q is and QAnon and a lot of other fucking politicians in the world's more rich individuals and corporations and a lot of other types of protesters, unfortunately, that are willing to do really, really bad things in the name of good. Like Anonymous. They don't even want to fucking try and help me out. You sure you don't want to make this happen? You want to put me down? Constantly fuck with me online, making those usernames, showing off that you are there listening through me, through the little hacked device I have, which is basically not through me, but I'm going to move on because it's like he interrupted, but it's a phone and a computer, and it doesn't matter how many fucking damn things I try and do. There's like no real way to stop them. Like, it's ridiculous to fucking no end, really. Like, it's very difficult to stop people from hacking you and listening through your devices, man. And it's like, if it wasn't for the fucking usernames that are literal direct call-outs to shit that I don't record and I just fucking talk out loud to myself about, I wouldn't even be fucking having the conversation. So it's like clear that they're there. But people would think that I'm... But then a lot of people don't think that. Like, if they were to get to this point, they would understand that, like, no, they are obviously there and they're harassing you. And then it doesn't even get into the fact with how smart you are and what you were saying back in the past, which clearly shows off here. Why wouldn't they have stolen things? They do have money. Hackers have money. They have connections, too. They have the ability to fucking social engineer and more. They know more than enough about it. Are you kidding me? Of course they would have fucking done that. And what, the government wouldn't be involved? Look how QAnon got into the government. It's insane to say that. Around the world? QAnon's around the world, you little fuck-ups. Same thing with hackers, too. Same thing with corporations. Same thing with influencers. Are you sure I'm grandiose and paranoid, you little fuck-up retards? So no. I didn't think so. I passed my own sanity check. How deep does it really go with the amount of technology and physics and more that I know, and what could be combined creatively with just a little bit of manufacturing, a little bit of technology, and a little bit of know-how and work and money, which they would all have, because it's not like they're that stupid. Is it really now that impossible? No, obviously not. Which then turns into, you're gaslighting because you'd be involved, fuck up. I have a problem. I want to help the world. I want to make it better. For fucking what? You ever think about that? What kind of villain or hero am I? As if it would matter, because that's not what I'm doing it for. I'm just curious and I enjoy learning and coming up with cool ideas and concepts. It has nothing to do with saving most things, although there's a problem to solve, and so why not? That's all it is. That's all it is. But it's like, you're not there, my ass. And I could go to what? To get help? What is this anymore? You ever notice that? What is this, actually? Me trying to be a, what, person that just is himself? Genuine to a T? Is that a villain? Is that a fucking hero? Is it an anti-villain? Is it an anti-hero? Is it a hero? Is it a villain? Does it matter? I just like doing things. So I make money. I don't really even give a fuck that much about the money. I just want to be able to support myself in my endeavors and pursuits of knowledge and life. That's all I give a fuck about. How does that make me a villain or hero different than anyone else? Yours is the pursuit of coddling your little ego, your little narcissist fuck faces. Me, I just like solving problems. Making cool things that I find cool. I don't really give a fuck about other people and what they find cool. It never mattered to me. I never really gave a shit about most people's feelings or thoughts, because most of the time they never gave a shit about mine. The only ones that ever pretended were abusive fucktards that took advantage of me. So I have a problem. I have a problem with being surrounded by nothing but abusers and psychopaths and basically a bunch of fucking ass fucks, gabagoos. There has to be money involved. Okay, fine, I'll do the money thing. Oh, give me money, I'll fucking try and do something. No, you need to have this qualifier. You need to be this type of it. You have to have that PhD. You have to do these. This is... You need a SSI. I have a problem with a bunch of fuck-ups that think they know things. They think they know what's best for me. They think they know what I'm capable of. They think they know anything. They don't. Clearly. Like, really? This is what you're gonna do? With me? Just shove me off into the corner underneath the rug and pretend it never happened? I'm in a closet now? Ooh. Don't allow him. He's blacklisted and shadow banned on the onlines because, nobody would ever want to listen to a person talking to himself about this cool shit. There's no good ideas there ever. He never passes any sanity check. I don't know anything about blah, 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 blah. I have a problem. I have a real problem. The problem is others. The problem isn't me. I have a problem of others. I have a problem that a lot of people would never know that I'm a genius because they just think I'm insane. I have a problem of gaslighting fuckfaces that is society. I have a problem of a bunch of engineer, PhD, whatever the fuck they want to call themselves, that believe that they're intelligent when they're not. That just never were creative or smart enough to even realize how fucking amazingly talented and smart I am. I have a problem. I have a problem. I want to fix a world that shouldn't be fixed. Should be allowed to let die. You see the problem I'm having? None of them want to fix anything. They all want to bicker and fight. For fucking what? What money? What ego? What any of it? You won't even live long enough to care. I have every fucking solution for living as long as you really kind of can. And you think I don't? I do. I mean, there's others too, but I still have a lot. I have the ability to get you, really genuinely, to other stars and other fucking galaxies. Not like, maybe. No, actually. And not so fucking long in the future. We're talking days to weeks. Now, granted, that would take a little while to build, but still, even without that, I still have other methods that even would still do it. I'm sick and tired. Like, I have all of your fucking shit. Like, and the thing is like, I'm so bored. Like, I figured out all this stuff. And so it's like, whatever, okay. What else more do you want to get into? In terms of physics or fucking quantum phenomena, anything. Like, can you get into something else? Because, like, you're bored. Like, you're fucking bored me. What else is there? Like, what's in science? Is there something over here, maybe? I did the anthropology. I did the blah, 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 social blah, 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 psychology, blah, 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 blah. I did the fucking chemistry, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? I just basically learned phrases, fields, words, bond types, all this stuff. It's still fun, though. For what it's worth. But it's just like, okay, whatever. So I just come up with even more ways of doing basically even more of the very same thing that I've already done. Now it's even faster to manufacture. Now it's even easier to manufacture. Now it's even better. Now it's even... As if we need it. As if I don't have enough energy. As if I don't have enough resources. As if I don't fucking have any of the things that I already need. You know what I mean? So it's like, alright, so what am I going to learn about more fundamental forces? More of this, more of that? Whoopie fucking do? Like, I could trust it when I've already talked about how you have bad sensors and data. When you don't set it up for a given type of expected value for your given sensors and detectors, you don't go through given expected, definitely known values, right? Which we already... Well, I should say we, but they already had a paper come out kind of similar, but I talked about it and added physics.org or some other people about that very problem I was having. Not to mention the variable control problem of the fucking goddamn experiment they're running, especially for external variables that they don't really want to account for when it comes down to fucking gravity, electromagnetic, static, and so many more. That's not even getting to neutron pressure, which... No, they shouldn't interact in any of your standard model. Are you fucking insane, retard? Are you a fuck up again? Really? With that mistake level of thinking? You do realize that there's no way it doesn't interact with your standard model and changes the probability of various fucking phenomenon, you fuck ups. I'm so sick and tired of this. Do you even know how sick and tired I actually am? I'm looking at a bunch of goddamn math that has no basis in reality practically anymore. Like, they're like, we've accounted for so many variables. No, you didn't. No, you fucking didn't. You didn't account for the fucking variables of your own fucking goddamn detectors and sensors being fucked with that way. You didn't account for that being a part of your experiment. You certainly didn't account for any of that. We can't account for any of that. Yes, you fucking can, you fuck up. You didn't do any of that. Not to mention, you don't even have a realistic value. This is very code, very this, very control, very tight, blah, 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 blah. That's not realistic in the slightest. That's not even getting into the dimensionality aspect of influential values in variables. Where's your controls? You have no controls. You have no constants, practically, because they change all the time because of this shit that you're doing. You don't have fluid theory figured out. You don't have your thermal theory figured out. You don't have any of your fucking theories figured out. I do. Because I use those in my own ability to literally perceive and imagine all around me. I was able to intuit far more, far faster, far further and deeper in than you've ever with any of your stupid little experiments. Which bothers me. You're going to ask me, tell me, be all, no, you can't pass something, no, it doesn't work that way. And I'm like, you don't even have any of this accounted for. And even with that accounted for, it still points in that direction. Why are you such a fuck up retard? For real, why are you? And then they're going to talk to me as if I don't have a problem of others. If I don't have anything to say more, right, than that. Because it's true. As if I don't. Because I have a problem of all of their interactions and all their shitting on each other and all their shitting on me, literally preventing me from getting anywhere. And what do you get out of, like, talking and saying that to someone else? And, like, being honest and genuine, finally venting and making it such that people understand that they hurt me, and they're the ones taking advantage of me, and they're definitely the ones fucking it all up. For me and others, and themselves too. Which, eventually someone's going to need to fucking knock them upside the head and allow for a little bit of that discomfort to get them to change. So it's like, man, I should fix the entire thing. Should I? I mean, I want to go about and I want to do that, sure. I want to do this because I want a fucking better life than I have currently. I don't need to be fucking super rich. I don't need to do any of that. I just want to fucking make my shit and I want to have a relationship. But see, the thing is I'm this way. You know what that means? I'm polyfidelity. I'm into big kinks that people find very taboo. You know, I'm into raising my kids right with good knowledge, unlike you fucks ever did for me. Treating them with validity and respect and dignity for their opinions and their feelings and teaching them how to know that. Same thing for the fucking sex and relationship and boundaries and more for my communication in between. But no, because you said this, because you're a polyfidelity, it's only because you want to hear him or whatever. As if that's a fucking terrible thing. No, you would never be able to be communicative. Oh, fuck off. As if I'm the one that you got hurt by. Don't project your shitty ass fucking relationship onto me. Maybe you also didn't fucking put up and try. Like, as if both of you should have been at that point in one. You ever think you ever didn't grow up past your little middle school life, you little fuck-up retards? You don't know how to communicate well. You don't know your own feelings. You still fucking constantly go after each other and have arguments like that make no fucking damn sense. And you run our country and vote. I hate you. And I can't even get sex or find fucking love. You're too logical. No kidding. Am I? Really? I'm logical about making sure that you treat me appropriately and I treat you appropriately? And then we can just break it down and fucking be casual and have fun? Oh, I'm logical? More like I'm mature. Too mature for your fucking dumbass. I have a problem. I have a problem. The problem is others. I have a problem I'm trying to solve. Why should I continue with this? Why should I continue being curious? Why should I continue making solutions? Nobody's watching, nobody's doing anything, nobody's helping, and everybody always stole all my shit anyways. Let's probably do it again. And yet I can't get anywhere in my life, and this is the only thing I can focus on, obviously. How am I supposed to get anywhere when everybody believes I'm some creeper or some fucking shit stain or some other predator or some other crap? When they're the ones that are actually that. I have a problem. They don't even see their issues. I have to point them out every time. Shine that light and have a mirror in front of them. And yet they still make sure they have fucking wooden eyes, no teeth, and nothing but glass that they live in, with stones being continuously tossed around. I have a problem. I'm a not abusive, not narcissistic, non egotistical, no delusions, no grand delusions, regular sane person that's just disabled, that's incredibly intelligent and talented in a different way, that can never take advantage of it to actually get anywhere in life. I have a problem. I have a problem of others. I have a problem myself, and I have a problem of where I'm headed for a future that I don't find too great. I have a problem. I need to be able to solve it. How do I solve it? I have to trust others. How do I trust others when none of them will ever give me a time of day, and they'll never even show up or even attempt to try and validate and show off that I know for a fact that they're doing that. I'm already trying to reach out. I'm already doing the things I can do. I have a problem of fucking retards that think I'm not trying hard enough, not doing enough, believe I've always got an excuse and answer for everything. I have a problem. I have a problem of everything but me. The thing that's not supposed to happen, that's what they said. They told me that that's how that works. I have the problem that I'm the exception. Now that is how this is working. That's my problem. Everything else is bad and wrong and garbage. And I'm not. And they're jealous as fuck. And that makes me sound delusional, entitled, narcissistic, and all the rest. But the problem is, it's actually the truth. That's my problem. They need me to be fucking bad. They need me to be selfish. They need me to fucking take advantage. They need me to do something that makes me bad, so that way they can feel better about themselves. And the problem is, I'm not gonna do it. I never will. The teardown culture is extreme, and man, do they want to set it up before it even happens. What do you know? I'm the one tearing them down before they even attempted to try. I did all this, even this conversation and recording it, back in my parents' Chandler house. Talked all about it. Well, rough synopsis for what it's worth, and I said I'd be putting it on my YouTube channel, Xenon Reality. And I promptly forgot about everything at one point, somehow waking up with no memories. I really should have probably went to someone, but then would I have been able to get anywhere with that, except been told I'm literally just schizophrenic and in psychosis around a bunch of people that, man, you should trust those authority figures. And no, I know that I didn't do any work, and I certainly didn't know anything about this hacker stuff, and I don't know how they could do it, and blah, 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 blah. But I'm sure that you're just paranoid. I have a problem of seemingly they think that they're smart enough to know people that run authoritarian types of control over my trajectory and my future that are wrong and unintelligent and incorrect about what they thought this was. I have a problem of doctors, nurses, government, politicians, evaluators, people online, PhDs, physicists, and more being too stupid. Not knowing enough, not being in any way able to even say that they even looked in and tried to do the work. Because, of course, they're not listening in, right? While I'm not recording. Did they even go through my audio blogs? They didn't even try and look at the usernames that I see. And, of course, I have my own personal feed, but then, did they themselves do that if they did that? Would they be the problem? Not to mention it's been happening from all the way back when I lived in Chandler with my parents. While I was homeless. And getting to this point where I now am living in this apartment through my insurance that pays for it. alone by myself. I have a problem. A problem of retards everywhere around me. And yet they want me to be like them. And unfortunately, I did solve that issue long ago. That's what makes my depression happen. That's what makes my anxiety happen. That's what makes my overwhelming stress happen. That's what causes me to be abused and have no ability to do anything other than be gaslit by a bunch of people that are stupid and don't know anything. That are retarded as fuck and don't even actually know that I've already basically done all the work. And in fact, others have too, which effectively means the work's already been done. It's just putting it together. Prove? You don't have to tell me anything. I'll go get it done. Give me the money, give me some people, help me to make it so you could see that I am not lying. Don't make it so that it's obvious that you're making an impossible request of me when you want me to not have people believe blind faith-wise various things I state. That's gaslighting. That's impossible tasks that they know can't be done intentionally, such that they don't ever have to take responsibility or accountability, and they can just blow it off and put the whole responsibility and buck onto you. What happens when I throw it right in their face with every bit of logic and reason and understanding and all the fucking goddamn literal direct, nah, that's your excuse, nah, that's your enabling yourself, nah, that's all of your bullshit being lazy and not helping me and not allowing me to get there. It has nothing to do with me. It has everything to do with you. That's right. You. Not me, seeing in reality, your ass. As hard as you want to try, you're the fuck up. You're not a skeptic. You're a retard that doesn't know anything, and I have to tell you, as the retard you are, what the fuck's up. I'm that guy. Why do you think they social engineered you off of everything I said back then so easily? Fuck up retard mistakes. You failures. That's a failure. Fuck you. You've been hurting me, you've been abusing me, you've been traumatizing me. You're a failure. You deserve life. Fuck you. You knew. You knew what you were doing. You just didn't think that it could be that way. You didn't do any perspective-based thinking. Maybe this is possibly what he meant. Instead, you said no, it couldn't be. You didn't even try your own sanity check. You waited for this fucking video, you little fuck-up retard. You don't deserve anything that you've got. I deserve fucking better. I do, and I know that. And I can prove that shit. The world's better off with me in it, and you not in it. Especially right now, when you haven't done any work to change yourself for the better, you little fucking assholes. I have a problem. It's all of you. And me still trying. Somehow. Why? Why should I try? Can you give me a good reason? What's your purpose other than to be molded by me? Your resistance is literally just getting in the way of making everything better. I have a problem of you all existing. That's my problem. It's my real problem. Like you're not there. Like you're not then. You didn't do that. Fuck you. You did. You were. You are. I have the problem of all of you. The mistake of all of you. The issue that I cannot ever get around because everybody just believes it's a gaslight. In no way, no abuse, no trauma, I have to prove something. And all this other garbage that makes no sense, that's impossible to do, especially the way you're making it so that way I can't. You don't deserve love. You definitely don't deserve my fucking love. You don't deserve my trust. You deserve nothing from me at all. That's the truth. And you're going to go, no, Dalton, no, I see it, blah, 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 blah. And you go right back to it. Because you don't have anybody pressuring you to make sure you actually change. You actually help me. You have nothing at all. I'm a better person than you. I'm smarter. I deserve more. Sometimes that is a thing that does actually happen. You know what the worst part is? All it does is irk people that know it's true. Make them more jealous, feel more inferior, instead of fucking just, you know what, man, you're right. I'm going to try and show up. I'm going to try and help you out. You need money, you need people? Got you. Thank you. That's all I ever needed. Something I can trust and believe in, outside of my own damn self. Fuck all of them. Why shouldn't I just let them die? You know what I mean? Is it that wrong to say? Really, for fucking sakes, man. Is it? Is it that wrong to go, you know what? Let's just be destructive. Murder them all. Fuck it. Boom, 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 boom. Doomsday. Fucking nuclear fallout. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Just nuke us already, bitch. Just do it. Just fucking do the shit that you should do. Just, why don't you? Seriously. You don't care. You're on the slow ride to death anyways. Why don't you just get it done and over with? Just fucking do it. It's clear you don't give a fuck. Do you have anything you could say to me that says, man, I shouldn't let you jump off that goddamn fucking little balcony? To the pit way, way down below. Do you anything at all? No? Good. Let's just fucking kill them all. Fuck this shit. Fuck this shit. And it'd be for the best, because anything that actually wants to live like me and make things better is gonna fucking try. That's all I can really think about it as. Come on. You're really gonna try? No, we're on the defense, blah, 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 blah. What are you defending? Torturing others? Making millions of people die every damn year? Thanks to your pollution, thanks to your capitalism, thanks to everything else? You gonna call me the terrorist? You're literally torturing and killing people right now as we speak. I'm not doing that. You are. It's just indirect. It's like, oh man, I dropped a bomb over there for my fucking air plain. Well, I didn't see all the thousands of people I killed, but, whatever. Or hey, what about Nagasaki and Hiroshima? You got anything? Come on. Really? You gonna act like that with me? As if you have anything that you could say. No, I didn't think so. You already know what you are, you little narcissist fucking gabagoo. You don't actually care. Psychopaths never care. That's the whole definition of their whole fucking problem. Fucking retards. You call me a schizophrenic, at least I give a fuck. At least I'm gonna try. At least I'm gonna put in the effort. At least some progress over time. At least this fucker isn't doing the whole like, oh, me. I'm you. Me. The schizophrenic. Huh? Pot calling the kettle black. As if you're so good. Why don't you do it? Since you're so amazing. Look at the defense of the ego retardation. Do you see him? Do you see the retardation? Look at the defense. Civ nature of the garbage that clearly needs to be finally removed and taken out. You're going to tell me that there's no merit in that. Why? Give me real reasons. Now. I demand them. You obviously don't care about that child that's going to eventually grow up and have cancer and die. You're not putting any effort for them. You're not putting any effort for them. So what does it matter? So no, you don't care. So that's a false fucking argument. Clearly. Where's your argument? You're doing nothing but saying things and not doing anything. You're literally making sure people die, get tortured all the time. You are definitely doing that. Government, corporations, and influencers. Hackers, creators, whatever. Doesn't matter. All of you. If you're really that up in arms, why wouldn't you just fucking actually go and do something? Why wouldn't you put forth any way, shape, or form close to the amount of collaboratory conspiratorial efforts of the government, corporations, and hackers have? As if just because it's legal, it's not what it is. Or gray area, it's not what it is. Or slightly illegal, or whatever version you want to go with that makes you feel better and sleep better at night, it isn't what it is. What arguments? You're not the terrorist? The one currently terrorizing all people with genuine food insecurity, lack of retirement, no health care, no education, no belief and hope for the future, and all the rest. You are not the terrorists. So clearly you're the terrorists. But because you're the ones in positions of power, you get to say you're not. But it's patriarchy that's the problem. As if there aren't women there. There aren't MBs, eggs, transsexuals, and more. Like there aren't ginormous corporations all being helped and managed by these fuckfaces. Same thing with governments and other creative institutions. As if you aren't all my problem. I can't solve you. You have to solve yourselves. Sure, these are obvious ways of literally making everything better. I get it. But those are technology. No, they're not proven. I'm never going to give you any kind of actual investment. Come on, man. You can do it since you're so great. Just make it out of thin fucking air somehow. Here's an air fucking engine that produces more power. Here's a literal engine that makes, from the diode transistor types that I have, electricity and actual work energy from quantum vacuum pressure. I have it on my YouTube. Yes, but you need the machines to make that. Oh, so you know that. Why wouldn't we just use that? Gotta start somewhere to have people believe you. Fact of the matter is, though, I can. Even with the piezoelectrics, because that's mechanical stress and strain for electricity, but then I can also just do the whole mechanical movement for the given type of pressure differentials. So it's like, I'm going to take a quantum vacuum, I'll increase the likelihood of a Bernoulli and Bernoulli effect. It's moving towards, and then it's expanding and concentrating, higher pressure one area, lower pressure another. That's the transistor quantum vacuum pressure diode type I happen to have. Using a little bit of piezoelectric energy and some inertial acceleration and control for the opposite direction, it happens to be rerouted into, you guessed it, mechanical stress and strain in a movement one way versus another. That's right, it moves under the fact that it's got electricity and pressure. Basic shit that's always existed, you fucking fuck up retards. And all I need is a universe that exists. Hell, even if it has virtual, I can use that shit. It's effectively a goddamn actual perpetual, except not really realistically, because, of course, I mean, the energy's coming from the quantum vacuum pressure and the elephant in the room of momenta in a universe existing. Fucking retards. But it does mean it's hyper efficient. And it means I literally don't even need to have, this thing. What is this? A fucking fusion energy? Or any rocket engines? I could just use that. That's literally my faster than light travel. As a skin in the inside and so on. And I have a faux gravity. Faux artificial gravity. Because it's not really using any artificial gravity or gravity, but it's using what is effectively that field projected, and then it happens to introduce momenta. It's effectively like an equation of force equals E squared and C squared in this instance. Or C to the power 4. But that's only because I'm putting a C value of a given photon that's being converted into a virtual that's attached to the given field. So it already has the field as a C value, and then it's then being converted to a C2 value, of course. But then it's like, doesn't have mass, you can't put mass. But you can make a virtual type of mass, it's a faux mass, the mass of an electron. Now that electron then doesn't really have a lot of mass, but I only need the virtual to stick around inside of the given type of field as it continues. That's the Lemke Phaser Laser YouTube video I already have on my Xenon Reality YouTube channel. It's effectively explaining how that goes a little bit more in detail, but it doesn't really matter because it's like, it works anyways. And it means I have, technically speaking, an artificial gravity. It's not really, it's faux artificial gravity, much like I can press you down with more wind, that kind of thing. You know, so that's literally all that would really be, but it's also going to hit you kind of like that, like throughout your body, depending on how you do it, which is a type of phasing and pulsing and elongated versus shorter pulse frequencies, meaning longer wavelength and shorter wavelength and pulse and blah blah, turns it into, it will travel through your body more slowly and dump that given mass energy, momenta energy, movement, okay, more slowly or more quickly, which means I have 1G with faster than light travel for like next to nothing. being made at all. And you won't fucking listen to me! That's right, you won't listen to me. You see how you're the problem? The problem I have is you. All of you are my problem. I literally now have no fucking need for solar panels or any of the fucking shit that you have. I can direct one-to-one with all of your fucking vehicles. I don't need anything but a fucking... We're a thing. I'm a thing recording this. Guess what? That means now I got... It's not perpetual. But now I got something that will work a really long time. And move you. Give you energy of any kind that you want. Like legitimately. Heat. Gravity. Force. Go fuck yourselves, basically. I literally have the ability to make the quantum vacuum pressure around us turn into, guess what? There's more vacuum there and less vacuum over here. And now I get to move on basically almost no energy. But except if I add a little bit of energy in, I then can accelerate that. And eventually, when I happen to move electrons in a given orbital field, have them slow down a little bit here, a little bit, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter. Point is, I talked about it anyways. All it means is that I curve space and time using the nucleus and electrons in orbit, which happens to do this thing called lensing, refracting, diffracting, coherenting, constructive and destructive, and all the rest of that, which means I curve space and time in front and behind me. Like an Albuquerque drive, except not really, because it's even better, because that means I have faster than light travel. Even with the quantum vacuum pressure stuff, I still had that. Because there's so little space-time as the vacuum that's in front of us. That's effectively what that is in terms of, like, almost as if, it's not though, because this is thermal stuff. I'm using gravity in space-time wormhole warping manipulation, except it's faux warping. There's no warping going on really at all. You fuck up retards. Same thing for any curvature of space and time. There's no real wormholing of that. I'm just moving it around the very things that are already there to begin with. Which still happens to do that, even if you travel really fast. Which means I now have faster than light. Faux warp and wormholes. Which means I don't have danger anymore. Doing what I'm doing. I can literally pass through a black hole and a star. I can go in any fucking straight direction. I can literally use very little energy to get anywhere, because guess what? I actually don't even need an energy produced to run it. Because there's this thing called the universe that we're in, and it already has it. Why don't you just use the energy from the universe, man? More effectively and efficiently, you little piece of shits, retards. Why don't you just be good? Why don't you just get good? Why don't you just not be you? Why don't you just be Xenon Reality, John Tyler Limke levels of intelligence and not be you? So you, all of you, wrong, incorrect, get the fuck out, you're not going. You're my problems. You're my institutional issue problems. You are the problems I have. I can literally make it so that way you can get anywhere. But you know what's even better? I produced what is effectively like a laser tractor beam version of that by allowing for a greater degree of concentration of pressure in one area, given the laser photon thing, and neutron generacy pressure, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter. Point is, instead of having attoseconds or other shit, I just control a given area, and then it comes into like, I'm like a tractor beam sort of situation. I can't resonate a very, very, very large planet, or even really kind of a human, for what it's worth. But I can do little tiny movements of others. I can move your little face. I can move your little finger. I can move your little gut. I can move some wiggle jiggle in your brain from afar, quite far actually. Why do you think when I say I mimic people or whatever the fuck else, and I'm like, no, the government can possibly control you with LiDAR and Wi-Fi and stuff? You might be super incorrect in assuming I'm wrong. I don't know maybe how that works, but okay. It's effectively a version of like not quantum entanglement, it's a collapse problem. So it's essentially like I create more of a void area and using vacuum pressure, which isn't very much, but if I happen to already have given amounts of already there energy, moving that given way, momenta, kind of stuff that I've already talked about, and then, extra thermal, whatever, then I'm able to make more work get done with very little actual usage of very strong electromagnetic fields, light, or radiation of any sort. Which essentially means you're wrong. They could do it with satellites. They could do it with your phones. High frequency and light and a little mixture of timing. Now, granted, it takes a decent amount of calculation if you're moving around a lot, but if you're not moving around that much, then it doesn't take that much. In fact, if you know a given type of area and setup, then it's a lot easier to do it. The more they examine you, the more they consistently keep refining their neural and algorithmic data sets, the easier it becomes for them to automatically do it. Now that sounds like sci-fi fantasy, except everything that you know about that little vacuum and more turns into, you knew I was right, didn't you? Yeah. Which means you know that you're doing that. And others are too, right? Yeah. And you're trying to confuse me as if you're here or some ghosts or some void or some field people. When in reality, what are you really? A bunch of fucking retards. Yeah. And when I said in Chandler, I was going to expose you doing that, what did you say? That you were going to tell everybody about that. Really? Shocker. But what if I also told you humans could also do that, but also all the rest of the stuff I've talked about to varying degrees? And we have our own types of fights going on with that. And you are simply very small-minded, tiny people that have no idea how much we actually can do. But I'm already a person that's a Roku basilisk. That's the problem. I can prove. You don't have to have faith. I did more than just predict the fucking future. At that fucking point. Would other people? No. Look at what fucking retards with technology that they stole from me are already doing. That should explain to you why I would never at all allow for fuck-ups like your asses to ever be allowable to even achieve that. You control that? Oh, fuck off. Oh, I could do that, but I couldn't control you. Do you see the retardation?
But it's like, no. We should be allowed. The government and capitalism, bourgeois, garbage swine that is trying to control the entire world and fight what is effectively a person that just thought really hard about everything. And they took advantage of in all ways. And really wanted him to die so they didn't have to deal with it. But posthumously, it would all come out. Would be, let me get this straight. Somehow, personality-wise, all of that, nothing that makes sense and is grandiose thinking. With the double finger in the middle of the... Yeah, fuck off. So you're fuck-up retards. That's what I heard. That's what I heard. That's what I really heard. You think it cannot be done. You think we haven't already proven that is definitely already a thing. Because you don't know enough about the science of physics that has already come out. You think I need to prove anything when you've already proven that. You think it can't be done only because, what, a DOD and a bunch of NSA, CIA, whatever the fuck it is, can't possibly have the funds and the knowledge of these individuals to do that? Do you hear your garbage-ass bullshit coming out of your mouth? But I'm a conspiratorial paranoia schizophrenic. I heard you're a retard that doesn't know a lot. That's what I really heard. That's literally all I heard. You are so stupid that you basically made static noise come out of your mouth. As if you made sense. But it's like, but wait, that's not even the end of it. That's what I was fighting in Chandler. This is just projection message in a bottle crap. Projected message in a bottle crap. Utilizing whatever bullshit fucking goddamn photon and field collapsing states they're around. Instead of it's memory in my mind, man. And it's hypnosis and he's just really smart, dude. He has a massive fucking memory RAM bank, brah. He's schizophrenic. He doesn't even know how smart he is. Dunning-Kruger for real, bro. It's just that he needs to write blah, 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 blah. Which then turns it into, so we all know you're lying. That's obvious. There's no doubt about that. You don't, we have already established, want me to prove myself right. And this is going on. You wish to continue being something smart and special above me when you're not. And so that's another incentive too, along with the amount of money and status quo and continuation of comfortable feelings of this just being this, and not that we're bad or we did bad things or there's a need for change or any of the rest of it. Another incentive.
And you can tell fact from fantasy with your garbage level of intelligence that knows nothing about this amount of physics and definitely doesn't even want to involve yourself or even know about all the things that I talk about, or even do the work to know about them and then investigate even deeper into all of it, so that way you could possibly know what it is that is going on and how, realistically speaking, much or not much it is. You don't let me get involved, you don't do it, you just say, I'm the fantastical, I'm the dreamer, and I am the Fantasyland schizophrenic somehow. When you are the danger to yourself and others, clearly, you are, dude. You're the one torturing, terrorizing, harming, and killing others with your quotation marks hardcore here realistic and reality belief that you think passes sanity check. You, the one that is very verifiably intentionally doing manipulative, controlling, terrible behavior that is harming others. That means you don't know what's really going on because you don't care to learn or even know about it. You, the one that just automatically assumes something because it seems like it's the more simple solution, but you don't actually have any of the evidence that I talk about because you never did any of the work. It's like a first year out of high school that's doing some college prep before they go into college that has paradigm shifting all this garbage bullshit that has no validity or basis in reality for the physics at hand. That's you. Not me. You. I have a problem and it's you. All. And it's always been. And I need help. Please come hug me, bros. I need help. You see it? Yeah. There you go. Please like and subscribe if you got to this point. I hope you fucking help me. Bye.